Good evening, everybody, and welcome back. We are returning from our July recess this evening, so it's good to have everybody back at City Hall. We'll start off with call to order for the August 3rd meeting of the Healdsburg City Council, and a roll call, please.
Councilmember Higley. Councilmember Kelly. Here. Councilmember Mitchell.
Here.
Vice Mayor Edwards.
Here.
Mayor Herod.
Here. All rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Move to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. The agenda is approved. No closed session to report on, so we'll move on to announcements and presentations, starting with recognition of city employees with milestone anniversaries with Assistant City Manager April Mitz.
Great, thank you very much. I'd like to invite Ben Veith up to the front. We are recognizing Ben tonight. I want to take a brief moment to tell you all about Ben. So Ben has served as the city's utility compliance and safety coordinator since 2021. If you've met Ben, you know that he serves with professionalism, dedication, a smile on his face, and an unwavering commitment to the safety of our employees and this community. Daily, Ben plays a vital role in strengthening the city's utility operations by overseeing regulatory compliance, advancing the city's safety programs, and ensuring operational standards are met. Beyond a service to the city, Ben is deeply committed to giving back to the community through his volunteer work with Canine Companions. He has generously dedicated his time to advancing the organization's mission of providing expertly trained service dogs provided to people with disabilities free of charge. Ben has proudly appeared before the City Council alongside his service dog Mateo in recognition of National Service Dog Month. I sincerely thank Ben for his outstanding service, invaluable contributions to the city, and continued dedication to improving the lives of others, both within our organization and also within the community. So thank you, Ben, and happy 5-year anniversary with the city.
Thank you. Thank you, April. She highlighted a lot, but yes, I don't know that anybody particularly grows up saying, I love OSHA. Probably more inclined to be like Matt or Lance or Jason to be a firefighter or police department. And so I oddly kind of found my way just in life in general, going through the military and discovering that it was in a way kind of fun, right? Kind of a black and white situation where right and wrong. I found myself in Korea as a training manager for several years, and I kind of enjoyed it. And then after separating, I pursued my degree in occupational health and safety. I drove 3,000 miles to work for the Department of Health for the County of Sonoma, and then kind of transferred my way up to City of Healdsburg. In the last 5 years, I've come to learn so much about myself, its community. I had not really a clue about utilities, the linemen and what they do on a day-to-day basis. And so I find myself 5 years later having learned a lot. And not only that, but Public Works and Parks Department, and kind of exposing myself to different elements and different conditions. But hopefully at the end of the day, City of Healdsburg employees are able to go home safely to their spouses, pets, whatever they may need and mean. And so that in itself, I found value in. And so every day I get the pleasure of coming here and ensuring the safety and occupational health of our employees, the ones that, keep the lights on, keep our water clean and our parks going. And that is a huge joy for me, and I appreciate it very much. And so I like my job. I like this city and the community. So thank you for 5 years. I look forward to many more. Today I was successfully coordinated 40 people for CPR and first aid. So I like my job, and just wanted to take a moment to thank everybody here, Mayor, City Council, city leaders, and community. Thank you for this honor. I appreciate it very much, and thank you.
Thank you. And we appreciate your work very much and your presence with us. So we're glad you're here and we're glad to recognize you. We'd like to have you join us for a photo, and we'll be doing another photo also. So if you stick around, we'll do them both at the same time.
I love pictures.
All right, good. Thanks, Ben. Okay, moving on to recognition of outgoing Planning Commissioner Phil Lux, Councilmember Evelyn Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor. So a proclamation for the City Council of the City of Healdsburg recognizing Phil Lux for his years of service to the City of Healdsburg. Whereas Phil Lux began his career in public service with the City of Healdsburg as a member of the Central Healdsburg Avenue Plan Committee in 2009, and whereas Phil was appointed by the City Council to serve on the Planning Commission in 2014, and whereas Phil has served the City of Healdsburg for 17 years, and whereas during this time on the Planning Commission, Phil brought a sense of history, community, and continuity to the Commission's deliberations on all matters before the Commission, and whereas Phil made an attendance a priority and rarely missed a meeting during the years he served, and whereas as a Commissioner, Phil has devoted countless hours and effort to reviewing projects, making recommendations, and approving projects that will define Healdsburg's built environment for decades to come. And whereas it goes without saying that Phil's presence, perspective, and institutional knowledge will be missed at Commission meetings. So now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Healdsburg hereby recognizes Phil Lux for his years of service to the City of Healdsburg. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you, Evelyn. It's unusual for me to be here. David, you're sitting in my seat. But I want to thank the members of the City Council, Planning Commission, and especially the staff who I've worked with all this time. I think the one thing that's unifying about that is I never had any thought other than that all of those people were motivated by one ideal, and that was to make a great city better, and that was consistent. I'd like to make one general comment about those 16 years. The Planning Commission dealt with projects that were roughly over that period in the neighborhood of $1 billion, give or take. And for a city of 11,000 people and 4.5 square miles, that's a lot of development to deal with. And I think the most important aspect of all that development, most of which has been built and some of which is still to come, is that it's occurred without the city losing its soul. We've got most of the businesses in town are still owned by locals. A lot of organizations like Corazon and Healdsburg Forever and Alliance Medical Center have grown and prospered during that period. And most of all, we've retained our sense of community, which is critical. And I think we've done a good job of integrating these new developments with what's best about the city. So it's been good for all of us and good for the town. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes, applause. We really appreciate your many years of service and all that you've contributed, Phil. Don't sit down for too long because we're going to take a picture with you, okay? But I think probably the council has a few words to say. Would you like to go first? Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I appreciate your institutional knowledge and watching the detail you put into a lot of the buildings that are presented here in town. You're always making sure that the buildings fit in, they look good, and the projects are appropriate. So I really appreciate your time on the Planning Commission.
Okay. Anybody else? Yeah, go ahead.
I am so grateful for the years of service that you have given to this community, both you and Charlene. It is unusual that someone at in their retirement years after a very long and intense career chooses to spend so much time giving back, whether it's on the Planning Commission or in other aspects of community. You are a remarkable community leader, and it is so fun to see you out in your element, whether it's on the plaza for the Tuesday concerts or in other spaces outside of your work on the dais for the city, because you are a beloved member of this community, Phil. And this chapter on the Planning Commission, I hope you know, we still will expect to get your emails and your input on all the projects that come before us after your time on the commission. But truly, like, you have made a mark on this community in a truly meaningful way, and the projects that you guys have reviewed and approved. And I remember watching the Planning Commission meetings, and you and Jerry Ettinger would nitpicking things back and forth and the nuance of the details, but that's what makes the projects great. And so we are truly grateful for your time and energy that you put in to hundreds of meetings that you've attended. And just thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, Charlene, for sharing Phil with us and the city. And I look forward to seeing you dancing on the plaza in your free time to come. Thank you.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
I'd just like to add my thanks as well to Phil. And I think he made it easy whenever we needed to reappoint someone or to appoint someone to the Planning Commission. I think I had the opportunity to appoint him twice to vote for that. His expertise and knowledge is so valuable, and yes, you made that job easy. Sometimes it wasn't, but you made it easy. So we thank you very much for all your work.
Phil, truly thank you for all the time. I think any of us that have sat up here in any commission or city council level understands the work and all the time and dedication that goes into all the decisions that people just don't see. And I think one of the fun things that I'm sure for you is you go around town and there are details that you know about, that you had an impact on, that you're proud of, that are never going to make the paper, that are nobody's going to be talking about it and cheersing you or doing any of that. But those are the little things that have a huge impact that help connect us back to what you talked about. We didn't lose our soul. And so I really appreciated you sharing that. Just know that all of us here know the dedication and time that you put into your time up here, and it's not lost on any of us, the sacrifices that go into that and how seriously you took that role. And you're definitely an inspiration for future planning commissions, and you set the bar pretty high. So just wanted to thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I don't really have too much to add. Those were all great words from my colleagues here. So if you would please come join us, bring along with you anybody you like, and we'll present the proclamation for you.
All right, ready? Thank you. One more. Potato. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to move on to city manager reports.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few updates about events and activities that are coming over the next couple of weeks, but I wanted to start just by acknowledging some of the events and activities over the last several days. I'm not going to try to recap the summer while we were in recess for the last month, but certainly a busy weekend. And in particular, as the council knows and the community knows, we had two pretty significant fire incidents within reasonable proximity. Many of us were actually in an emergency operations center training on Thursday afternoon with a simulated fire response when reports came in about the Woodside fire. As the council knows, and as we shared, we sent an engine company, a Type 3 engine company, to help in the response to that fire. And as soon as we started to get good news about success with the efforts to fight that one, obviously the Phillies fire up north, and our engine company had just come back home, and we ended up sending an engine company again. So I want, of course, to offer my thanks to the fire department for their help in that response. Obviously, those who participated in our response to those two incidents, and also everybody who then comes in and backfills and makes sure we're fully staffed. We're going to talk a lot about fire tonight, and I'm not the subject matter expert to do a lot of that, but I really just want to, of course, say thank you, but also just add a reminder, something that we always share when we put out information about these responses, which is we only do it when we're able to ensure that coverage remains what it needs to be here at home. And that requires backfill and some adjustments and a lot of work by the department. So I thank them all for their help with that. Fortunately, pretty good news about both responses. Hopefully a very busy weekend isn't a sign of a really busy season, but I'm proud of our team for their response this weekend. And then I did want to mention a few things that are coming down the chute as far as events. First off, concurrent with the Tuesday concert tomorrow night, it's also National Night Out. It's always been a little bit of a challenge for us to do National Night Out, which takes place on a Tuesday, because that's already a night out in Healdsburg and everybody's out. So we don't want to plan competing events or activities, but for the last few years, our police department's been setting up at the concerts and just being a part of that and connecting with the community there. So that's gone really well. They have some activities. On the same night that we honor our safety officer, we have some sort of a mechanical bull, which I'm promised will be safe. But there will be some fun activities for the community with the police department tomorrow, and obviously the normal fun with the Tuesday concerts. So I hope people can make that. A heads up that the second meeting of the Community Advisory Committee for our station area planning effort is this Wednesday. So that continues to make good progress and move along. And then a little further out, a couple things to note. There are flyers, I think, somewhere, and I think the council's got them. We have one of our city council goals this year is to hold community conversations in each of the 5 new city council districts. We're not really focusing on the districts themselves, but using that as a way to make sure we get out to 5 different parts of the community. And the first of those is planned for the area around Rivers Bend and Badger Park and those communities out in the southeast part of the city. So we are planning our first conversation for Wednesday, August 19th from 4 to 5. Of course, anybody's welcome, but we're really trying to focus on the neighborhoods that are in that area so that we can spend time talking about the issues of interest to them. We will bring staff that we think are the right staff to cover those issues. River access, Badger Park. There have been some public safety responses out there that we know people are thinking about. Evacuation in that part of town is something that people have been thinking about. So we'll try to have the right subject matter experts in the room. We'll also try to be really brief in our city staff presentations and really just make space for people to share feedback and ask questions. So we're looking forward to that. And again, that's Wednesday, August 19th. And then a little bit further out, but you can mark your calendars. We just set the date for the Foss Creek cleanup this year and Creek Week. That will be September 19th. So we'll have more information coming on that, but wanted to give you a quick heads up. And I think that's all I have, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Do you have any questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to public comments on items on the consent calendar and non-agenda items. This time is set aside to receive comments from the public on any item of interest to the public within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council other than scheduled agenda items. Pursuant to the Brown Act, however, the City Council cannot consider any issues or take action on any requests during the comment period. So if you have anybody who'd like to make comment, please come forward. Welcome.
Apparently, I'm not so used to public speaking as I used to be. Hi, I'm Fred Walter. I'm past president of the Rotary Club of Healdsburg Sunrise, and we partner with the city every year to put on the 4th of July presentation. And I want to thank the city for their help and all in getting that going. Especially, I want to call out Matt Milday and Kate Gibson. They did an excellent job of shepherding me through it, since I had never been chair of that committee before, and I had no clue what I was doing. But I will tell you that we have some statistics. 4,000 people or more attended. That was the fire department's estimate. Over 250 kids participated in the parade. We had planned on 1,500 hot dogs, and we wound up with an abundance. We had 3 hot dogs left at the end of the day, and we had no one dunked in the tank, and that's on me. I forgot to order the tank, but it's coming next year. Don't worry about it. At the beginning of the process, Matt Milday asked us or told us that the city was curious to know what we intended to do, since it was going to be the 250th anniversary of the Republic. And Doug Pyle came up with an idea, and I ran with it. And we decided that the motto for this year would be E pluribus unum, out of many one. We got a map of the world, 4 feet by 6 feet, and we strung it up on the shed next to the gazebo. And we had stickers, and we asked everyone who came by to put a sticker on the country or area that their people came from. I put up 4 stickers. Other people put up 1. It's emotional to me. Anyway, the point is, there is a 4 foot by 6 foot map with all of those stickers here that we're presenting to the city as our gift to you to document what happened. And I'm sorry I don't have it plastered up so you can see it all, but if sometime you want to roll it out and take a look at it, I think you'll be impressed. I certainly was. So that's it. I think I'm within my 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. All right, next, please. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name's Patty. We are fortunate to live in a community guided by representative government. Each of you was elected to listen, to lead, and to make decisions that reflect the values and priorities of the people you represent. I want you to know that we see the time, effort, and heart you put into serving this community, and we sincerely thank you for it. Tonight, I hope you also see us. When people hear the word Senior Bistro, they often think it's simply a place where older adults come in to enjoy lunch. But anyone who has spent time there knows it's so much more. The bistro is a heartbeat of the senior center. A meal may bring someone through the door, but while they're there, They discover exercise classes, health and wellness programs, transportation assistance, educational opportunities, volunteer opportunities, and friendships that enrich their lives. For many, the bistro is a gateway to the services that help them remain healthy, independent, and connected. Yes, we serve meals, but what we really serve is connection, dignity, purpose, and hope. Every day, seniors walk through those doors looking for more than something to eat. They come to see familiar faces, share stories, laugh with friends, and know that someone genuinely cares if they're there. For some, it may be the only meaningful conversation that they have all day. A warm meal nourishes the body, but the friendships and sense of belonging, it's food for the soul. This is one of the reasons Healdsburg has been recognized as one of California's friendliest cities. We don't just talk about community, we live it by caring for our neighbors, supporting one another, and making sure everyone has a place where they belong. The Senior Bistro is a beautiful example of that spirit in action every single day. So tonight, I simply ask that our elected representatives, you continue to recognize the extraordinary value of this program. When you support the Senior Bistro, you're not just funding meals, you're investing in compassion, community, independence, and in the people who spent their lives building the Healdsburg we all cherish today. Thank you for your service, for listening, and for continuing to represent the community with care.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next, please. Hi, welcome.
See, I'm only one out of 11,000 people in residents of Healdsburg, and I have a problem that's a little bit self-serving. I'd like to state what the issue is, and I haven't gotten any feedback. I came here 2 months ago, spoke about the same problem. I did speak with one counselor. I did send a letter to that counselor. It should have actually been duplicated and sent to every other council person. And then I also followed it up with an email. But this is my statement. I spoke about this so far unresolved problem related to my monthly utility bill at the council meeting about 2 months ago. And after the open forum part of the meeting, I spoke with one of the counselors. I wasn't looking for a handout so that I could or can afford to pay my monthly utility bill. I am asking for a calculation of my bill based on my particular situation. Every month for 25 years, sometimes late and complaining at the utility office, even when I used very little or no water during the billing period, I would get no feedback or negative feedback, which is understandable because the utility clerk is there only to take a payment. My lot and my house is about 1/10 the size of the lots and houses in my neighborhood. Maybe that's true of the whole city. I don't mind paying the charge for my variable water use, or for that matter, the charge for my variable electric use. However, but I think I should only be paying a fraction of the 2 fixed water charges, sewage and water infrastructure. I don't have a large bathroom or multiple bathrooms or a kitchen with multiple users. And my lot doesn't require use of much water or none at all. My utility services were terminated when I was 1 day late making a payment, and I haven't had any services for 2 months. And I have been without a bill for that time. I called the utility department and asked them to have my bill sent to my house, not to my post office box in Point Richmond, where it was sent, where I would pick it up during many years of commuting to the Bay Area. And so I really have received no bill. Utility department, I requested to have it sent to my home so I could get a bill. But I don't have the strong desire to walk back into that utility office unless I know what my bill is and I can pay it. I am only objecting to paying the full fixed charges on my monthly utility bill, which only fractionally should apply. I shouldn't be subsidizing the water use for my neighbors with a house that's the size of a dot. And when I sent the letter.
Can you conclude soon, please?
Okay, when I sent the letter, I did include a plot map which shows my little tiny house in a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. Welcome.
Hi, all. Matthew, I'm part of the newly made Smart Station Area Committee. And my comment's quick. It's about a Planning Commission meeting next week that has to do with a property on Hudson Street, which is right across the street from our future Smart Station. And I wanted to ask if we can have the opportunity to look at possibly getting something presented about that property, about that project during a Smart Station Area Committee meeting also, because I feel like it would be, I want to avoid an awkward situation where the Planning Commission is moving a project along that's within the Smart Station Area's scope and within our mission, but we have no time to provide any meaningful feedback or comments on it, and we're not able to actually fulfill our goal for any kind of project that's happening within the area. I don't mean to get in the way of the Planning Commission and what they're doing and their rules, but I want to work together to make sure that we can both fulfill our roles and responsibilities. And that's it.
Thank you. Next, please. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Herod, Vice Mayor Edwards, Councilmember Kelly, Councilmember Mitchell, and Councilmember Hagley. I'm here tonight. My name is Andres Marquez, and I serve on the Cloverdale City Council. I would like to invite the City of Healdsburg to consider appointing one member of your City Council to participate in regional discussions regarding water resiliency efforts and conversations surrounding the proposed Alexander Valley Water District. On June 24th, 2026, the Cloverdale City Council adopted a resolution authorizing me to meet with regional entities regarding water resiliency efforts as an official representative of the city. Prior to that authorization, I had already been engaged in discussions with organizations including Sonoma Water, the Russian River Property Owners Association, the Mendocino County Inland Water and Power Commission, and other regional stakeholders. Since the adoption of the resolution, I have continued those discussions in my official capacity on behalf of the City of Cloverdale. These discussions are not intended to advocate for or against the proposed Alexander Valley Water District, nor are they intended to persuade participating agencies to adopt any particular position. Their purpose is to improve communication, exchange information, and better understand the perspectives of neighboring communities as we address the long-term challenges of water resiliency and regional water management. I believe Healdsburg's participation would bring an important perspective to these conversations. Should your council choose to appoint a representative, one of our first steps would be to schedule an introductory meeting to review the discussions to date, share background information, answer questions, and ensure your representative has the information needed to participate fully in future conversations. As these discussions continue, they may identify opportunities for closer regional coordination on water resiliency issues. Whether that remains an informal exchange among neighboring jurisdictions or eventually develops into a more formal collaborative framework similar to the Mendocino County Inland Water and Power Commission is a decision for participating agencies to consider together over time. Having Healdsburg involved from the outset ensures your community's voice and interests are part of those conversations as they evolve. I respectfully ask the council to consider appointing one council member and possibly an alternate to serve as Healdsburg's representative in these regional discussions. Thank you for your time and consideration. I have some printouts for the council as well as city attorney and city manager. This contains my proposal tonight, our adopted resolution, and our comment to the LAFCO board regarding the appeal on Wednesday.
Thank you. Anybody else here present would like to speak for public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Thank you, everybody. And we'll move on to the consent calendar. I understand that we have an item that that someone would like to be remove, so we'll need to vote on that. You'd like to go
Yeah,
ahead and
Mayor, I'd
grab
like
that?
to
Yeah.
pull item 6H for discussion.
Okay, can we have a roll call vote to remove 6H, please?
Councilmember Higley,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly,
I'm fine to remove it, but I don't think we need a roll call to remove it.
I
For the
think
new-
that's, it says, I was just reviewing this here. Consent by majority of the council members present will be required in order to remove the item.
Oh, we changed it in
Yeah.
calls and we didn't.
This is new.
But it's written.
Glad I had this in the,
Mayor,
agenda.
that's on me. I apologize. In
Yeah.
your updated protocols, you no longer need the vote. I will fix that
okay.
going forward.
All right.
I apologize for that.
All right, so we'll go ahead and remove it then. Yeah, and so we will vote on the consent calendar for all items besides 6H, and we'll discuss that immediately following. So if I can have a roll call on the remaining items, please.
I move to approve the consent calendar items 6A through J, excluding item 6H.
Second.
Councilmember Higley,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yes.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Edwards.
Yes.
Mayor Harrod.
Yes. Okay, and then, so we'll move on to item 6H. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this item, if people aren't looking, do we have a presentation or should I just like talk about it real quick? So this is basically a letter, outreach mailer regarding immigration policies and available resources. This is something we did last year, and it includes a message from the mayor. I have zero issues with the message, zero issues with sending out the mailer. I think it's important to do that. What I have a concern about is just that we're in the middle of an election season and our mayor happens to be running for re-election. And so what I would like to do is just add to the recommended action by motion, authorize the mayor to provide a quote and appear on a city outreach mailer on behalf of the entire city council. But then just add something like after the election in November, just to kind of keep it clean. So that's my thoughts.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, I would concur with that because I recall back in Measure O days that, well, we sent out mailers to the community about facts, but we were accused of campaigning, using city funds to campaign. And I think it's important for us to be really careful of that. And I think in this point, if we just defer it until after the election, it would make sense. Or if it's important, if we feel that it's an important thing to get out now, change it to a message from the city council. I think would be a second alternative. But I'd prefer to keep it with you as the mayor messaging, but after the election.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just think it would just be a clearer, smoother line. I know we talked about this a while ago, if we would have gotten it out before the official election started, but now we're fully into election. Filing period ends on the 7th. So I think it would just be nice for this council to hear what the community has said about being transparent and clear, and just to either change the council or present the letter after the election.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kelly?
I want to acknowledge my colleagues for raising this. It honestly hadn't crossed my mind, just because we had talked about it so long ago. I think we talked about it during our goals back in early spring. So, we move at the speed of government, and here we are in August. So I'm curious, I don't recall the resources that are listed on the flyer, and I know we did this in the past. Is there anything that's time sensitive about this particular mailer? Are there actions or resources or things going on that need to be addressed now that would be problematic if we delayed it?
Staff can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think any of the resources have a shelf life. Obviously, it's a live issue, and so I'll defer to the council about the urgency of getting it out. But no, I don't think any of the resources will cease to be relevant. If they did, if anything needs to be updated, we'd update it. But I'm pretty sure this mailer, as designed, will still be relevant and useful, even if it's sent in a few months.
Okay. I respect the concern here, and I think it's reasonable that we brought it up. I would like to just check in with the city attorney about what your take is in terms of whether the appearance of the mayor's image in a mailer of this sort constitutes some impression of advocacy of my candidacy or anybody else's, and if this were to happen for another candidate, then we'll treat it globally. But let me know what you think about that, and then have another thought on this, please.
Sure. So I can answer the legal question, which is I don't think that it would violate the campaign laws to have a quote from the mayor in the flyer as suggested by staff. What I can't answer is what some of the other council members are raising, which is public perception. That is often different. That's often a different standard than what is required or permitted by the law.
Mm-hmm. Right. So I respect that. And, it was in the back of my mind when me and the public information officer discussed the mailer, and I kept the wording in the mailer exactly the same as it was when then Mayor Mitchell did it for that reason. But I respect the concern. I just want to mention that in terms of the timeliness of this, that I hear from constituents about the question of what is the city doing about immigrants and ICE and so on fairly often. And for me, it is an up issue. And sadly, I feel it'll be up after the election period is over. So I'm sure it'll be perfectly relevant to send out this mailer at that time too. I mean, I hope I'm wrong, but that's probably the case. So I'm not going to oppose this motion to delay it. But I do want to tell you that this is part of my reality, is to communicate with people pretty regularly about the concerns. And then even today there was a mention of another alleged killing by an ICE officer and somewhere else in the country. So it does spike a lot of nerves in the community, and that's the motivation for this mailing. But I'm not going to oppose the recommendation that we delay until after the election. So I guess we should have a vote to do so, and I guess that would just be to ask the council if we can delay the mailing until after November 3rd.
Yes, and we should do public comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'd welcome public comment on this item at this time. If anybody would like to speak on this, please come forward. Okay, I didn't expect anybody to be prepared here, so I'll give you a moment, but okay, thank you. No one's coming forward. All right, thank you.
So I move to approve item 6H with the comments incorporated discussed tonight.
I'll second.
Just to clarify for the record, it will be to authorize the mayor to provide a quote and appear on a city outreach mailer after the election is over.
Yeah.
Councilmember Hagley.
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yes.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Edwards.
Yes.
Mayor Harrod.
Yes. Okay, thank you, everybody. So no public hearing. We're moving on to business item 8.8, the Percent for Arts Ordinance Development Update with Arts and Culture Program Administrator Taryn Nickel and Community Services Director Mark Femick. Mark, do you want to take the beginning here?
I'm actually going to turn it directly over to Ms. Nicole as soon as she joins us on Zoom.
Great,
Give me just
thank you.
1 second.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me tonight? All right, excellent. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, you'll be receiving an update on the Percent for Arts Ordinance development. Tonight, staff will present the proposed structure and administration of a Percent for Arts program for the city of Healdsburg, share documented outcomes from comparable California cities, and ask for the council's feedback and direction. Next slide, please. The recommended action for the council this evening is to receive information on the prospective administration and structure of a Percent for Arts program in Healdsburg, to review case studies and outcomes from peer cities, and provide direction to staff. Next slide, please. Healdsburg has a long history of celebrating art in public spaces. The city adopted its first public art policy in 2007 to guide long-term installations in public spaces, and in August 2021, following an extensive community-led process, the City Council adopted Healdsburg's first Arts and Culture Master Plan. The plan calls for expanding the city's public art program to align with national best practices, including the Percent for Art Ordinance that establishes an art requirement for both city capital projects and private development. On December 1st, 2025, staff presented an introductory framework and survey of comparable programs across California. Tonight's presentation builds on that foundation, focusing on how such a program could be structured and administered specifically for Healdsburg. Next slide, please. The proposed program structure reflects the council's feedback from the December 2025 introductory report, together with a review of comparable California cities with proven track records and established best practices. This approach is built around 3 goals. Start modest with the ability for the program to grow over time. Keep city projects infrequent, but ensure they are well executed when they occur. And apply the fee mainly to large private development. Next slide, please. The proposed program establishes a 1% public art fee on eligible public and private development projects with construction costs of $500,000 or greater. The same threshold applies equally to renovations and reconstructions. In direct response to council's prior direction, staff lowered the initial proposed contribution rate from 1.5% to 1% and raised the construction cost threshold from $300,000 to $500,000. Next slide, please. The proposed program offers a developer or the city 2 ways to satisfy the 1% requirement. Install art on the development site valued at 1% of construction costs, or pay an in lieu fee of not less than 1% of construction costs into the public art fund. Partial combinations are also permitted, where a developer installs on-site art valued below the full 1% contribution. The developer may pay the balance as an in lieu contribution to the public art fund. Next slide, please. Consistent with comparable California programs, the following project types may be exempt from the requirement: infrastructure and utility work and routine repair, including streets, roads, sidewalks, parking lots, and projects funded through enterprise funds such as sewer, storm drain, water, and underground and overhead utilities; tree planting, where it's not part of a larger project; repair or reconstruction of structures damaged by fire, flood, wind, earthquake, or other calamity; affordable housing construction, remodel, repair, or reconstruction; life safety and accessibility upgrades, such as seismic retrofit, fire sprinkler installation, and ADA compliance, unless these are part of a larger project. Note that these exemptions would not exempt a component of a larger improvement project from counting towards that project's overall cost for threshold purposes. Next slide, please. On the private development side, the proposed program would exempt single-family homes and residential projects of 4 units or fewer, structures damaged by fire, flood, wind, earthquake, or other calamities, affordable housing construction, remodel, repair, or reconstruction, seismic retrofit, fire sprinkler installation, and ADA compliance projects unless part of a larger project, and structures owned and occupied by visual and performing arts entities. Next slide, please. The proposed program also includes a funding source exemption. A project may be exempt where an applicable funding source, such as an external grant, prohibits the use of funds for public art. Where only a part of the project is funded this way, the city would deduct that portion's value from the total construction costs when calculating that contribution. A project is also exempt where a grant or similar funding source does not expressly prohibit spending on public art, but the funding provided is insufficient to cover the required contribution without reducing the funds available for that project's actual scope of work. As a matter of best practice, staff would encourage eligible projects to include public art as part of their grant applications for consideration by the granting agency. Next slide, please. The proposed program allows public art to be installed at a different location where on-site installation is impractical, for example, on a heavily constrained lot, without defaulting straight to a cash payment. For private development, the city may treat public art that a developer installs at an alternate city-owned location as a donation to the city. For city development, the city may prioritize alternate sites that offer significant community benefit, such as an affordable housing development. Staff would maintain a list of eligible alternate sites as part of the public art policy and review that list every 3 years. Next slide, please. The city holds the title to all public art that it commissions or purchases and is responsible for its custody, protection, maintenance, and preservation, consistent with the California Preservation of Works of Art Act. For private development, the developer and any successive property owners retain ownership of the artwork and are responsible for its maintenance. The public art must remain on site for 20 years following the date of installation, and a maintenance covenant recorded against the property secures that requirement. Next slide, please. The proposed program assigns clear roles across 5 points. The building official confirms a project's applicability to the program and verifies construction costs with city staff, and confirms compliance with the requirement before issuing a building permit and a certificate of occupancy. The Arts and Culture Program Administrator conducts the initial review of the proposed public art and project budgets before permit issuance, guides developers through the full process, and coordinates with the building official to confirm compliance. Next slide, please. The Arts and Culture Commission reviews proposed public art for consistency with the public art policy and recommends approval to the City Council. The City Council reviews and approves public art for both private development projects and the city's capital improvement projects. And the Public Art Fund is a dedicated fund established with the Finance Department that holds all in lieu contributions and restricts their use to the program's criteria. Next slide, please. Staff designed this process with 2 things in mind, keeping it simple for developers and ensuring that the art requirement does not delay a construction timeline. The process includes only 2 compliance checkpoints, before building permit issuance and before certificate of occupancy. Developers select their own artist and concept for on-site art. The Arts and Culture Commission's review is supportive rather than directive, and the Commission commits to responding to each proposal within 60 days of its submission. Next slide, please. Several additional features are built into the proposed process to support developers. The in lieu fee option is available for developers who prefer not to manage a public art installation directly. Staff can provide a roster of approved arts consultants for developers who want additional support. And alternate site options are available where a development site is not a good fit for on-site art. Lastly, a standardized construction worksheet and public art proposal template keep submissions consistent and transparent. Staff provided sample materials from the cities of Santa Rosa and Emeryville to help illustrate how this process could work in practice, and these were included in the staff report as attachments. Next slide, please. For Council's consideration, staff has summarized documented outcomes that comparable California programs have achieved over time, evidence of what a sustained, modestly scaled program may realistically produce. Our first case study, Emeryville, has a population of approximately 12,670, a scale comparable to that of Healdsburg. Over more than 3 decades, Emeryville's Art in Public Places program has generated nearly 70 publicly owned artworks and 230 total public arts installations. The Visual Arts Grant Program awarded a total of $103,000 in grant funding to individual artists and arts organizations in fiscal year 2025 through 26 alone. And their murals program, established in 2016, has produced more than 40 murals accessible through an interactive online map, digital pocket map, and printed pocket walking guide. Their bus shelter installations programs rotates new work into 4 bus shelters every 4 months and provides $30,000 in combined artist stipends. Next slide, please. The city of Watsonville adopted its Percent for Arts program in 2022, following a public effort from the local arts community. Within 3 years of Watsonville adopting its Percent for Arts ordinance, the state of California designated downtown Watsonville as one of only 10 new cultural districts statewide. Public art contributions financed a public art master plan that directly supports the downtown Watsonville specific plan and improvement efforts such as the City Plaza Revitalization Project. And their historic label art mural project has produced 13 completed murals, each an exact replica of an early 1900s produce label connected to Watsonville's agricultural heritage. Next slide, please. Brea's Percent for Arts program has operated continuously since 1975, one of the oldest in California, and the city marked its 50th anniversary in 2025. The program has commissioned more than 195 sculptures since inception, one of the largest civic art collections in the state. The collection includes works by internationally recognized artists, and the public art is accessible through an interactive online map and educational study guides for students and teachers. The program also supports the Bray Art Gallery and the Curtis Theater, giving the program a continuous public platform, helping it to earn recognition as one of Orange County's premier cultural destinations. Next slide, please. And the city of El Segundo, which has a population of approximately 16,188, comparable to that of Healdsburg. In its first 5 years of operation, the program initiated 8 public artworks, only one of which has been completed during that time. The program's $2 million threshold, combined with the city's very limited available real estate, has structurally limited how many projects the requirement captures. The public art fund's permitted uses are broadly defined, which in practice has allowed contributions to support projects such as a municipal pool renovation rather than standalone public art. And a note here that the ordinance was amended in 2025 to add fee flexibility, and participation has increased slightly since that time. Staff includes El Segundo to illustrate how a high threshold combined with a narrow scope may limit a program's visible results. Next slide, please. With that, staff requests City Council's feedback on the proposed program structure and administration model presented this evening. Staff also requests the Council's direction to proceed with drafting a proposed Percent for Arts ordinance and an updated public art policy, both of which would return to Council for future review and consideration. Next slide, please. The recommended action for the Council this evening is to receive information on the prospective administration and structure for a Percent for Arts program in Healdsburg, to review the case studies and outcomes from peer cities that staff has presented, and to provide direction to staff. Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for your time this evening. Staff is happy to answer any questions the Council may have.
Great, thank you very much for that presentation. I'm I'm going to ask council if they have any clarifying questions about the presentation, then we'll go to public comment after that. So do we have any questions? Councilmember Hagley.
Yeah, I have a couple. So there was, I can't remember which slide it was, but said that this plan would start modest with the ability to grow over time. What does that mean? Does that mean the percentage would increase? Could you kind of clarify what you mean by start modest with the ability to grow over time?
Absolutely. So no absolute projections have been made as to what the program could grow to. We are proposing a program so that the results could be evaluated and monitored for success, with the possibility of reevaluating in the future, but no specific data points or goals for what that might look like have been defined.
Okay, so it could be, all right, 1% is not enough. Let's increase it to 2% and so on, or?
So Mayor, members of council, if I could hop in on this one. I think it's really about growing the overall arts and culture and public art program is kind of what the reference is. We've did some work at a staff level of talking about the future, and Healdsburg's a relatively built out community. We have some pockets of future development that could come forward, but in terms of growing, it's growing the program itself. So as a large development comes in, what are the opportunities for those revenues should this program be implemented to add to our existing, as well as look at the future? I mean, is the program working? Does it need to be modified? I don't think it's directly inferring raising the fee.
Okay, thank you. Why are structures owned and occupied by visual and performing arts entities exempt?
Typically, those entities would be exempted because they are already providing a significant benefit in terms of arts and culture to the community. So the entirety of their operation is devoted to making public art or to making art publicly accessible for the community.
And so would that be like nonprofit entities, or could it include for-profit entities as well?
It could be the Raven Theater, could be True West, which are nonprofits. The galleries bring art in some form. You're welcome to, if you're not purchasing them, they certainly add to the artistic value. So I think that's one of the questions that we'd want to be sure to clarify in the actual development of the ordinance.
Okay, and then what happens if the Arts and Culture Commission or Council don't approve a work of art? What's that process like that a developer brings forth? Is there an appeal process, or how does that work?
So typically, this is where the public art policy would assist with guiding what acceptable and non-acceptable works of art would be. So a developer would have that guidance as they initiate this process, working with the Arts and Culture Program administrator. So the likelihood of that happening, many of the case studies that we've looked at, is relatively rare. There would have to be a clear lack of alignment with the public art policy in order for that to happen. But in the case that does happen, there would be an appeal process typically outlined within the public art policy. But the hope is that with the clear collaboration with city staff at the onset, that the likelihood of that happening would be fairly minimal.
And then last one, I just was curious on the status of the other goals that were in the Arts and Culture Master Plan. 4.2, which is create a Friends of or cultural trust to receive grants, donations, and other philanthropic contributions. You know what I'm saying? For arts and culture programming. 4.2.1 is explore California Arts Council National Endowment for the Arts and other grant programs. And then 4.5 is collaborate with Creative Sonoma and other Sonoma County municipalities on potential countywide funding resources.
So that's a really good question. There have been 2 new nonprofit arts organizations that have developed and taken shape.
Caldera and
and Cube Art.
Okay,
So
yeah.
those two, they have very different focuses. Caldera is focused on the cultural district designation, where Cube Art is really interested in going out and securing some of those funds. I think what we're learning through this process is the city won't be able to provide this framework that's in the Arts and Culture Master Plan by itself. And so it's going to look for partners, both existing and new partners, to deliver some of those things. We have not started writing grants yet, and I'm hoping that's something that Cube Arts takes the lead on and brings those funds here, because I do think Healdsburg has great potential for that kind of fundraising.
And my understanding is a lot of those funds, they're smaller ones, so that's where having the nonprofits partner with the city is helpful.
Correct.
Okay, that was it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. And those were great questions. I had some curiosity. I know maintaining some of the art that we have received in the past has been a cost to the city. We've got some sculpture on loan on the Foss Creek Trail across from City Hall, and then there's some other public art that we've received in various developments. I'm thinking about Curly and Cool Blue along the path, and there's like a couple pieces over at Sorrento Square development. And so I'm curious if we had this fund that people are paying an in lieu fee into if the developer didn't want to install art but instead wanted to pay a fee, is it contemplated that the fees in that fund would only go to new art, or we could use it for maintaining some of the existing art that we have?
So I think I'll defer to Taryn on kind of best practices, and I can answer our specific situation with our artwork.
Absolutely. In terms of the permitted uses for the public art fund, we can certainly look at different examples of what this could possibly look like. But many cities do incorporate a certain percentage of the public art fund that is required annually to be spent on maintaining the current public art collection. So that percentage often sits in the realm of maybe around 5% of the overall value of the public art fund that is that's set to one side for maintenance of public art. This would be part of the public art policy that would be developed by staff and brought back to the council. But certainly that is something that does occur in many cities, is a requirement for the maintenance of public art that is acquired by the city.
Yep. And in Healdsburg, the majority of our public art is actually owned still through the Voigt Family Sculpture Foundation, including Curly and Cool Blue. In working with that donor, they were able to make the donation to the Voigt Family Sculpture Foundation. And under that relationship, the Voigt Family Sculpture Foundation has the responsibility for the majority or significant maintenance aspects. The city comes through and we do graffiti removal when that happens. And so it's a shared relationship. And I think it works really well. And hopefully we could continue to build on that in the future.
Okay. Are you finished, Councilmember Kelly? Okay, Councilmember Mitchell, would like to go next?
Thank you. Yeah. So thank you for the presentation too. I appreciate all the work that's gone into it and the fact that you have taken a lot of our comments from before and integrated it into this new plan. I do have a few questions. So I see that affordable housing projects are exempt, but not market rate housing. Is there any concern that with the high cost of development and so on, this is just going to add yet another fee? Will that diminish our opportunity for other housing projects?
That's definitely an excellent question. And Director Themig, let me know if you'd like to pitch in on this one. But what we've seen, generally speaking, is that the majority of the Percent for Arts programs in the state of California are on average anywhere from 20 to 40 years old. So we're really looking at those cities as an indicator of whether or not having a Percent for Arts program yields a fee or an implication of the fee that's damaging to development or for housing projects in the long run. And what we look at as well is the presumption that if it was damaging to other cities or if it was problematic, then those ordinances would probably be repealed. We've not seen that be the case, and definitely development in any of the peer cities that we've looked at and housing projects has not decreased since the adoption of ordinances such as a percent for arts program. Do you have anything to add, Director Themig?
We do also include a threshold before single-family homes before we become eligible, 4 or 5 units. Is that correct, Taryn?
I think
It's
4 units
4.
and under are exempt.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And then also, I'm curious about how this might have applied to recent projects that have happened in Healdsburg and ones that may be happening, like the Foley Pavilion. The cost to build was 11 point something million, 1% would have been 100 and something. I don't think we're spending that much on that project. So, what kind of impact on the city would this have?
Yeah, so that's a really good question, and let's kind of look at the largest projects, the Montage Resort, Sajo Hills. Theoretically, if this percent for arts ordinance were in place at the time, that would be negotiated as part of the overall development agreement. That's a $260 million project. That's a lot. And so there would be some kind of negotiation. Mill District would be similar to that. As you look at the Foley Family Community Pavilion, we're looking at a $50,000 project for the art installation there, and it would have been somewhere in the range of that $100,000. Provided that the funding was available and could be used for that purpose. And I think that's an important tool. One of the discussions we've had at staff level is like, if we're applying for grant funding, if grant funding allows us to submit a request for art, then we'll include that in the grant. If it doesn't, then obviously that project wouldn't apply. Our percent for arts wouldn't apply to that project. So part of it will go through the process and see how that plays out.
Yeah, thank you. Then there's some other, things that are coming up that I'm not sure how this would impact them, like Lorefish Summersall Park, Badger Park upgrades, and the Magical Bridge. I don't do all of those.
Yeah.
Would they fall into this 1%?
So we're working currently on integrating art into the Lorefish Summersall Park project because of the context of that Native American focus, some of the focus on art. We're working through that process right now. So I think you'll see artistic design, artistic implementation in that project in and of itself. That project will likely move forward before this ordinance is adopted, or potentially could. For Badger Park, the grant funding, we did not specifically note public art in the grant funding, and Ag and Open Space District they have a pretty hard line about what their proceeds will fund. And so that project would not likely be eligible for percent for arts. Having said that, Magical Bridge is very interested in integrating art into their design and using local artists for that. So I think you'll see some mix of those two, some art component in them, but not specifically related to percent for arts.
Thank you. Then on to more to the administrative side of it. You talk about just like, I think 2 points for the developers to try to streamline the process. Over the years, we've been really working hard to streamline the process and the development for developers. So do we have enough staff? Is it going to put some burden on it? And how would a project not pass muster? I'm not quite sure how that whole thing would work, if you could help me with that.
Sure. It'll start with the one stop. So projects that come forward always start with the one stop. And it's at that point, we would engage the potential developer in what that requirement may or may not be. Happens very similarly with the park dedication requirement or the Quimby requirement. And then I'll use that as an example. And so if a project is eligible for park dedication, that conversation continues to happen as that project evolves, typically with me. In this case, I'm not the art expert, and so hopefully that is our arts and culture program administrator who would continue that dialogue. Again, we have a lot of projects, but they tend to be smaller projects or individual projects that don't necessarily meet the threshold of what the ordinance would require. So I don't think the impact would be insurmountable for staff to administer.
Thank you. Then I wanted to also comment on the maintenance question. I think that's really an important one. You know me and maintenance, deferred maintenance concepts. But I think that I would really want to see some money or a specific comment about putting some of the funds aside for maintenance, because the project, we know it's going to happen and we're going to need to take care of them. And I hate to see the city having to put out a lot of extra money for that as well. Also, I don't recall, is there like a sunset clause in here where we will review where we are, like say in 5 years, what projects have been done, how much money have we gotten, what kind of success rate have we had with this? I think that would be an important component as well. And I think, let me just double check here. Yeah. Oh, and the alternative site list. I think that's a really critical and creative way to be able to help people with finding places for their projects. So would the city be responsible, the Arts and Culture Commission responsible for developing that site? How would that work?
We would work with the commission to identify those sites. So in the actual locations of where that art could go. Yes. Okay. So staff working with the commission.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Vice Mayor, please.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on the Magical Bridge playground, particularly because when I look at the Magical Bridge, that's art. I don't know how you cannot describe that as art. So is there a waiver for a project like that? Is there a process that it comes to council for an appeal? How is it if somebody says, hey, this is an art project? What is the process of how we would deal with that?
Ms. Tinkle, you have a thought on that?
There are differing approaches to that, and staff could definitely come back with more information. Typically, in the case of playgrounds, any playgrounds that are kind of prefabricated standard playgrounds, they're often included in the public art policy as being not considered works of art. However, there are examples of other cities. The city of Napa is one of them, where one of their most recent playgrounds that was constructed was, it claimed to have a very, very heavy contemporary art focus. And so I believe that particular project was designed with a stage designer or a set designer. So because of the artist qualifications and other works of, art that they had produced over time, it was, able to be looked at from that perspective. But mass-produced playgrounds typically are, prohibited from being considered works of art under the public art policy. Do you have anything to add to that, Director Thiemek?
So I think we answered the question differently. In Napa, they actually use the Percent for Arts funding to help build their playground. I think it was about $1 million contribution. I think if we're looking at the Magical Bridge, we would look at what are the artistic components of it. Is there a stage, and is there local art? And that would go towards meeting, if there was a requirement for Percent for Arts, that would go towards meeting that part of their project requirement. So they're actually delivering Percent for Arts in developing the playground itself.
Yeah, I'm just concerned, they've put a lot of time and money in raising funds for the playground, and then to have money drawn out of that. I just like a point of where council, if somebody could appeal to council. I didn't see that in here in the process of how that would work. If somebody with the planning commission, if they're not happy, then there's a process to appeal to the city council. I'd like to see that worked into here. I'm also concerned about the delay in a project. This is not broad. It's pretty broad in Southern California, is where most of the cities that have these percentage for the arts are. I don't know how well, if a developer comes in, our one stop, they've thought they've got the whole process figured out, and all of a sudden there's this, art. And now they've got to find an artist. I looked at the Santa Rosa Forum. It's the art's website, and it has to be reviewed by our commissioner. Do we have an idea of how much that would delay a project?
It's a good question, Mayor, members of council. So I sit in not all of the one stops, but many of them, and they typically come with more questions than they do answers. So when and that's where that conversation starts with all the different units of the city's government that have regulatory role in development. It's where the conversations also start with how to create solutions. And so I think continuing that dialogue with a project where the percent for arts ordinance would apply, our arts and culture program administrator would be part of that one stop, initiating that conversation and working with that developer. They're usually at the very beginning stages. They have some preliminary concepts, but they don't certainly, at least the ones I've observed, they don't have everything worked out quite yet.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, just a couple quick questions. There's something you said, Director Themick, that made me think that you implied that a development agreement might supersede the 1% ordinance. That's not true, right? I mean, I just want to clarify that. That if we were in talks with someone like we were with Sergio Hill's Montage, that a very large project which would require a large contribution, that discussion wouldn't necessarily sidestep the requirement for 1% for the arts.
I don't think it would sidestep it, Mayor. It is basically a baseline for that particular project. So give you an example, real life example. When Mill District came forward, they had to comply with the Quimby Act, which required park dedication. They proposed to dedicate parkland, privately owned, open to the public as part of their requirement, and a cash contribution. And it was negotiations between, at that time, the city manager and the developer about what that cash contribution amount was. We knew what the calculation was. What is that actually going to be? Some cases it might be to the advantage of the city, or some cases it might acknowledge some other aspect that the development is bringing, some public benefit that the development is bringing that would help kind of meet the overall project goals and the overall benefit to the city and the community. So it doesn't go away. It's kind of the baseline of where you start those conversations. And ultimately, City Council approves those development agreements. So you have the deciding factor of, if there is a percent for arts requirement, here's what the developer is proposing and here's what the city has negotiated. Does that work?
All right, thank you. In the presentation, there's mention of developing a roster of approved consultants for developers. Is that a big lift to create that? Is that a large project? Is it time consuming or is it simple? I'm not sure if I grasp that properly.
It's a small network of professionals. There's a very specific licensing process that you have to go through. So creating a list, it would not be an extensive list because there's only a small to medium number of those professionals. So no, it would not be a huge lift, and it would be similar to finding a qualified arts conservator, again, highly qualified individuals, of which there are only a few operating in each region.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open this up to public comment at this time. Someone would like to come forward and talk about or ask about this item, please come forward now. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, mayors and council members. I'm Noah Jepson, Chair of the Arts and Culture Commission, and I'm here in support of the Percent for Arts program. This program really provides a common development percentage dedicated to supporting public art that developers already expect in other cities. So in a way, we are kind of formalizing this, this common development practice and bringing it to Healdsburg. And kind of as mentioned in the Arts and Culture Master Plan, this can be a key infrastructure project that supports existing and new public art programs throughout the city. The commission and the staff spent time looking at how other California cities structure these programs, from what's worked, what hasn't worked, and we really wanted to tailor that to Healdsburg, knowing that we aren't just doing a cookie cutter from another large city and applying it to Healdsburg. So when we initially started and proposed the 1.5% rate, that was kind of the starting place. But with your recommendation on moving it to 1%, that still is a great, meaningful amount for the city of Healdsburg. I feel that going any lower than that kind of jeopardizes the program. could have it on paper, but really not have any meat behind it. So I personally am in support of the 1% as proposed. And I also wanted to highlight the in lieu of fee, which was mentioned. That's important. It could be just as important as the regular amount. The in lieu of fee really helps us direct funding for the arts where it needs to be in the city, so that not all neighborhoods who receive the biggest new developments receive the art there, but we can actually through the in lieu of fee direct art to other neighborhoods that may not normally receive the large capital art projects. And so it does, in a way, make this program more equitable. It doesn't just add art to Healdsburg, but it gives us a tool to spread the art across the whole city, including the areas that would otherwise be left out entirely. So I would encourage the council to give the staff direction to move forward on drafting this ordinance and the companion public art policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Michiko Conklin, and as you may know, I am an Arts and Culture Commissioner, and I am also a member of the Arts for All Public Art Grant Committee. As you'll recall, we recently awarded 3 grants to 3 very deserving artists in the community. And just as an illustration of the need for money for the arts here, which would be generated through this public art fund when some of the developers pay the in lieu fee. This year, the Arts for All Public Art Program generated 23 applicants. The total ask for those applicants was around $300,000, and we were only able to award 3 grants for $20,000. So there's a huge gap in terms of what the need actually is here. Also, to address your concerns about creating hurdles for developers, we know already that some of the developers that have recently started projects in the city, they actually asked about our Percent for Art program and were surprised that we didn't have one because it's so prevalent in the industry everywhere, as you saw from those examples. So again, I ask you to very seriously consider approving this policy. And thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else that'd like to speak on this item? Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council. So the item is to provide feedback, and just to clarify for the folks at home, you will come back with an ordinance at a later date for us to formally approve, right? So assuming we go in that direction, but that's the process that where we're at now. So I'd like to go ahead and Vice Mayor Edwards, do you want to go first?
Yeah, in this day and time, we're talking about affordability, and I am concerned of anything that adds to the cost of housing. I mean, we really are trying to get low-income housing. This doesn't apply to, but we're looking at market rate. There's not a lot of market rate. The study just came out on what it takes to income to afford to rent places in here, and that was market rate. That was a market rate study. And so this would be really affecting those market rate projects. I noticed that Santa Rosa has it just for commercial projects, if I understand how I was reading that correctly. And to me, that does make a little more sense, because in a commercial project, you're looking at the operation to create money, whereas I hope that people who are building housing have a little compassion. And 1% may not sound like a lot, but that might make the difference in what a rent is each month. So those are real concerns I have when it comes down to housing. Again, the clarity on if this is a normal process that developers are used to, is that commercial? Is that residential? And then in my research, again, it came up as mainly commercial is where that is. And I think I might be wrong, but there's a different mindset when you're building a commercial venture as opposed to a housing venture. I'd hope that there's a different mindset. So those are some real concerns I have, that this council has been trying to get market rate housing, trying to do that. And I don't want any impediments to someone doing that. And I haven't heard, it was nice to hear that developers are used to this, but I'm just a little leery on that aspect of it.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just a couple things. Can I ask a question still?
Yeah.
We talk about the in lieu monies. Do we have from the other cities that have these? Do we know how much kind of in lieu money they have? Is that a real thing, or is it significant? Where does that stand?
Staff can certainly come back with those balances. All of them are public. So to my last understanding, I think that the city of El Segundo, their public art fund balance is at $4 million. And that's, after operating since 2019. But I can come back with those amounts for the council.
Okay, thank you. I think that would be certainly an important component going forward. If the need for the money for like the grants that we're trying to make of the 300,000 that Michiko was talking about, that where is that money going to come from, right? So I also just want to say, I definitely support the public art concept, and I think that it really contributes to the city of Healdsburg. So I am in favor of this. I appreciate all of the changes that have been made and the exemptions that are there. I think I'd like to suggest that we also have sort of another exemption where the city could have a special exemption for a project that, who knows, coming down the pike that we might want to be able to exempt it from. But overall, before we adopt, I'd like to see the administrative burden kind of fleshed out a little bit more. I know we say that we've got plenty of people to do it, but I'd really like to know that that we're not going to have to add a bunch of staff to do that. And the long-term maintenance obligations, I think, are really critical to get in here, as well as a review clause to see how we're doing, to see should we continue, do we need to make changes. I think those, before we adopt something, I'd like to see that in them.
If I could clarify, we don't have a lot of staff, right? I mean, and so we'll absorb this and take this with him, but there are processes in place that I think streamline the process, both for the developer and mainly the one stop that gets the initial conversation going. So didn't want to leave you with.
I understand. And that's the beauty of the Healdsburg city staff. They manage to do these things, and we keep adding more to their list of things to do. So I don't want that to be, because that could be a problem down the road if someone is trying to get a permit and they can't, get through the process. So that's a concern, I think, which Vice Mayor was talking about as well. So.
Yep.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. And thank you for the thoughtful comments, and really appreciate the presentation and the work that the commission has done and staff has done bringing this idea forward. I know this has been discussed ever since the creative leadership team and the arts and culture master plan group started convening. It feels like it was before the Kincaid fire. So it could have been a decade ago. It really is. It's been a long conversation. And so I'm delighted to see it coming to the council now. And I do think, the exemptions that have been put in place, especially with all housing 4 units and less residential, really, I think in, reflecting on the comments that Vice Mayor Edwards made about, making sure that this isn't just a deterrent to build the housing we so desperately need at market rate. Obviously, the affordable housing is exempt, and then really any housing development of 4 units and fewer is exempt. And so when someone's building 5 or more housing units, to me, that's a larger development as we think about it in terms of how we allocate between real, business developers versus people who are building homes that they may live in, or they're in the neighborhood that they live in. We kind of have two different categories of development happening in Healdsburg, and that's how we classify the GMO allocations as well. We have kind of the mom and pop builders, and then we have capital D developers. And so I think, to me, in reflecting on your comments, like, would this just apply to commercial or would this apply to residential? I mean, those capital D developers, like, this is their business. They're doing it. They're not doing it to live there. They're doing it because they're building housing. It's part of their, bottom line, that this would just be a percentage that's a fee, just like they pay the school fee, the parks fee, and all of the other necessary, impact fees in the community. And so I'm just thinking about it like, obviously we don't want it to be a deterrent, but I do think because we adjusted it down from what was originally proposed, getting down to 1%. And what did Phil Luck say earlier, that he thinks he's approved about $1 billion worth of projects in this town? That's a lot of construction. That's a lot of, impact in the community, and just knowing that we really don't see the development that we do see in Healdsburg is pretty large scale. The development agreements that happen between Saggio Hills, North Village, Mill District, and then I guess the 3 Healdsburg Avenue project is probably the only other project that's in that, capital D developer category. And those are all, 3 Healdsburg Avenue, that's kind of a middle small project, but everything else is pretty big and lots of impact on the community. So I think, just knowing how much the public art in those spaces could really play a positive role, and the other ways in which we entered into those development agreements to make sure we had community benefits, whether it was their contributions to building a fire station on the north end of town or putting in the park across, on Healdsburg Avenue at Mill District. I think those public benefits are really, how do we ensure that the soul of our community is maintained while all these major developments are happening? And so I think for whether it's the fire station that got, funds put towards it because of those development agreements, or the parks, those are the things that help to maintain the community while also taking on, these massive developments that are happening. And so I think art plays a role in that. We've asked a lot of housing developments in the past to put in art, like Sorrento Square and the one on Lana Vista. I can't remember what that one's called. But all of the small neighborhood 30 unit, they've all kind of put in some public art, whether it was large or small, it's there. And so I think this is something that developers are used to doing, and housing developers are used to doing in our town because they're already doing it. So I'm happy to see this move forward. I really appreciate the comparative cities that you guys presented so we could see what other people are up to. That's really helpful context, and to see what people have been doing for a long time in it. And, would love to see this move forward and hopefully get adopted before the next, wave of impact happens in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hagley?
Yeah, first I want to thank our staff and the commission for the time that they put into this item. And especially to expand the exemptions. I do note that the arts are exploding in Healdsburg with new murals, programs, robust arts community, including an arts and culture commission made up of commissioners with diverse artistic backgrounds, all without a percentage for the arts program. I have a number of concerns. It's just a different viewpoint that I have on some of these. Some of the comments I heard, what developers expect in other cities. That's tough for me to say, well, then there's a reason that we should follow the same. There's a reference to a gap in funding for 300,000 versus 20,000, and to highlight the need. I would almost classify that as a want. The need are our firefighters, police, infrastructure. To me, that's a need. So this would kind of fall in the want category. And then I heard something about, this is their business, when referencing the developers, almost like, well, they're already paying this fee, that fee. What's another fee? I kind of have an issue. I always struggle with that, not just on this thing where it's just like, okay, let's just keep piling on. And then with existing developments, we've had a lot over the years, and a number of projects for reference. And, when I think of Montage or Appalachian or Mill District. I forgot the name of the development right across from Big O Tires. They all have art incorporated into them. And it may not be a sculpture, but I see the art in the architecture, in the flow, the landscaping, how you're walking through things, the lighting, like all of that to me is part of what maintains the soul of Healdsburg and continues that so it doesn't feel cold, it feels welcoming. And even the playground at the Mill District with that climbing rock that my son loves to climb on and eat McDonald's on top of, but it's 13 and, you know, art is in the eye of the beholder and sometimes it's eating a Big Mac on top of it. So I think I just wanted to share some of those comments, you know, and then I've spoken to developers as well, other developers, large developers, and I spoke to one in Rohnert Park and asked them, like, you know, kind of discussing this item, and they're like, oh yeah, we're big supporters of art. And I go, well, you know, do you guys talk to the city of Rohnert Park? And I was like, oh no, I mean, we just love art, so we just do it. Like it's a passion for some of the developers. And, you know, when we look at, you know, the big projects that are subject to development agreements, we can have that art incorporated in. And at this point, we have an arts and culture master plan. And I think any developer that's coming to Healdsburg, they're going to do their research on what the community wants, what we expect. And they're also going to be in a meeting presenting to the planning commission. And I guarantee you there's going to be comments from, you know, our neighbors that really are into art with suggestions on how the property could be improved. I think, you know, another concern is, you know, the staff report itself was 10 pages. So, which is fine. We have long staff reports. But then I think of the actual red tape and bureaucracy that will get added once this is implemented. And that's another concern. You talked about staff capacity and this would kind of get absorbed. So that's always a concern for myself, for me. And then I really have an issue with adding any cost to a public project that we're already doing. That's a cost that the entire community bears if we're going to start adding any kind of fee that's on top of, you know, the actual construction costs, which we're trying to do, you know, be stewards of the city's funds, our community's funds, and then, oh, well, let's just throw another fee on top. So my position is, you know, really advocating for the art during the application process. Like I mentioned with the developers coming to the planning commission when they're doing the discussions on the different projects. You know, we have big projects that are subject to development agreements that can have art thoughtfully integrated without this program. And I feel funding for the arts should be funded through nonprofits, grants, a Friends of or cultural trust, or funded by the city, should compete through the annual budget process within the context of the community services budget, just like recreation programs, event funding, and every other worthwhile program the city supports that enhances the quality of life we all enjoy as residents. So my concern with the percent of arts program is not an expression of the lack of support for art in Healdsburg. The question isn't whether art is valuable. It is. The question is whether it should receive a guaranteed percentage of every development project, regardless of other community priorities. So my direction, since that's what staff is asking for, my direction would be to not proceed with the percent for the arts program and instead turn our focus and energy to the other goals outlined in the Arts and Culture Master Plan. Goal number 4.2, Friends of or Cultural Trust to receive grants, donations, and other philanthropic, there's that word again. I'll learn it by the end of the meeting. Contributions for arts and culture programming. 4.2.1, explore California Arts Council, National Endowment for the Arts, and other grant programs. And then 4.5, collaborate with Creative Sonoma and other Sonoma County municipalities on potential countywide funding sources. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Did you have some?
Yeah, I wanted, you know, I'm not so much concerned that we're going to continue having large projects. I think we're getting to the point statewide to where we'll be doing infill projects. And that's where I see a smaller, less refined builder coming in. So that I'm not concerned about the Montage or the Mill districts. It's just that we're not going to keep adding those large projects. We just don't have the space. So we're going to get down to where this is going to be reapplying to where somebody wants to do an infill, where maybe a house is red tagged and it's torn down and they might want to put in 5 units there, you know, with some ADUs. So that is my concern. I'm not so worried about large projects. It's where we're going in space that we have as a limited town.
Could you define what the suggestion is then?
I just am not comfortable in the long range of having this on residential units. Commercial, I have no problem with that again. And we have commercial space, those turn over, those change. But when it gets down to where we are really out in the future, I'm not looking at today, tomorrow, I'm looking in the future as we should be planning for, not just what we have today. That I want to see the less burden on those type of infill projects.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a follow-up question. I know we were talking about exempting 4 or fewer units of residential from this. In the example that was given, and I'm not sure if you guys have had a conversation about this, I'm looking at Planning Director Diven. If someone was building 3 homes and 3 ADUs, is that 6 units of housing or is that 3 units of housing?
I believe the ADUs are exempt also.
ADUs are exempt. Sorry, Director Diven.
Good evening. That's a great question. My assumption is that they'd be exempt, but in the preparation of the ordinance, you would have that decision as to whether explicitly exempt them or not. You could treat them like affordable housing and have an outright exemption. So.
For an exemption for ADUs. Got it.
Yep.
Okay.
And I think the framework includes the exemption for ADUs already.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So, I mean, I think about the South Entry area and what will happen in that part of the city, which is a huge undeveloped part of the city. And as we complete the station area planning exercise, I imagine there'll be a lot of massive development that'll happen in the next 10, 20, and 30 years in that area, just like when I don't know what the Saggio Hills area plan, that's what it was called. I was like, what do we call that plan? The Saggio plan. I think it was, 15 years ago, probably that plan was adopted somewhere in there. And then here we are now, finally building the affordable housing in that area. So I think, when you do these major land use plans that we're doing right now, we're probably doing, is it the largest one the city's had besides the general plan that we're underway? I imagine there'll be a lot of development that may come from that, down the road. And so that to me is where I see this, playing out in some of those larger scale developments. But I totally hear what you're saying in terms of, how do we make sure that this doesn't impede, those small infill development projects. And I think figuring out, I thought the sweet spot in our last conversation was, we're exempting 4 or fewer. So this only applies to 5 or more housing units. And that doesn't include ADUs because those are exempt. So it would have to be 5 houses, 5 single family homes, or a 5 unit development or larger. But again, I think it's if someone wanted to incorporate art on site, then they're not paying a fee. They're just saying that this is, that's the goal, right? Is that people are installing art as part of that development project, just like they've been doing voluntarily so far. So I don't know if that is a helpful way to think about it, if the ADUs are exempt, but if you wanted to propose a change of the number of units, that's probably a helpful thing for us to kind of get.
It's not so much the number, it's the location. When we're talking large new developments is fine, but when it comes to infill, I'm just thinking that when I see something as an infill, I'm not picturing sculpture or something out in front of that project. I'm thinking large developments like the Mill districts. When I look at where art is, they are larger projects. I'm just concerned that how you would, when you're doing a residential infill product to incorporate art, therefore it might not go through. Therefore, it's just we want the fee.
Can I ask Taryn? It seems to me like there's a lot built into the proposals here in the presentation that would help us work with those inconsistencies. I mean, what you're worried about is something that's really out of place and doesn't fit. But I think there's a lot of pieces in place here that should filter that out so that what does happen is appropriate or results in, a financial contribution if there's no space for a sculpture and so on. Am I right?
Absolutely. And two other points to consider is that in most projects, I say actually all projects would be encouraged to think about how, like, what a work of art incorporated could actually be. So in some cases, yes, it may be appropriate for that site if it's a very large site, huge development, to have a standalone sculpture. But what many developers actually choose to do is to incorporate something they would already be incorporating, like a really gorgeous sculptural doorway or a mosaic pathway in lieu of a regular pathway. It doesn't have to be standalone. It's an artistic component where an artist is brought in, but many developers are able to obtain something that they already would have had, but just a slightly more artistic version of that, where an artist is brought into the design process for that element. So the idea is to have works of art that are truly incorporated into the project in a way that makes sense in terms of scope and scale and the design character for the build. In terms of it relating to the site, there are definitely many measures in place for that.
Yeah, I like hearing that it can be involved in the design of the project itself, because that gives a little more flexibility to the developer. It allows things to, in my mind, fit more into the community, what's already existing. And it goes back to some of the things that Planning Commissioner Lux always talks about, is the texture and how things feel as a part of that. So I feel we're doing a lot of that already. I just want it to be clear that the developer or the builder would have that option, not just to say you've either got to put what art is, a painting or a sculpture, and if you don't, we're going to extract some money from you. So those are the things that I would like to see. And then it gets hard of determining, well, we had to spend this much more on architecture to do that or design. So I just see it, we really need to be clear on what we're doing so that we don't find us battling with people wanting to build housing. I really don't want to add any impediment to more housing.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, just a comment on that. So I like the idea that you could incorporate the, different kinds of ways to incorporate the art in these smaller projects. But with the dollar amount, the 1% kind of creates a different problem there. I mean, you could create some beauty that isn't going to be 1% of the total project cost. It could be significantly less. And so I don't know how we would accommodate that to be able to do these, still get art and beautiful things, but not force someone to spend, a certain amount of money. I'm thinking about my old house at the end. We lived on Lupine Court, and at the end of that, the pathway that goes off to Johnson Street, there's maybe I think there's about 6 lots right there, that 3 of them are now up for sale. They may have been sold because the sign came down, but to see art there would be odd, and that's kind of the infill piece I think that we're concerned about. So I don't know, maybe we need to consider raising the number of units, because 5 or 6 or 7 is infill, and that's what we want, right? We really want that to happen, versus maybe a bigger project where it would apply. I think that maybe that would be a consideration. I don't know what it is, 10 or something.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Because when we're talking about that south entry, that's a large area. Sagia was large. Parkland Farms was large. Those large areas, when you're designing them, it makes sense. But these smaller infill ones, which we have fewer and fewer of, and those are going to be the ones that are closer to schools so far that are current existing, that we need to have some type of accommodation for those types of units.
Great.
So I guess this is part of my concern. We're trying to guess the future, right? Oh, what about there's 3, we're trying to create policy and craft all these minutia points. seems like this discussion, the appropriate place is at the planning commission. You know, when somebody's submitting a project, you know, we have an arts and culture master plan, we want art incorporated. I mean, planning commissioner says, I want this included, you know, when they're giving opinions about the paint color or whatever. To me, that seems like the appropriate place to be having this discussion, because we could go blue in the face trying to like guess the future on some of these things. And I feel like, you know, when we're talking about the bigger projects, they're subject to a development agreement. There's going to be language in there. I mean, it's pretty clear this council supports art. And that I would expect that would be part of it, because say they didn't include it and it came to this council, there would be more than one comment saying, where's the artistic element, or I want to see this, or something like that. So I think that's where I'm coming from. We're kind of trying to micromanage this process. We're adding layers and layers of reviews and fees and everything else when, you know, I've heard, Councilmember Kelly's heard from developers, that other people have heard from developers, like art is part of, you know, what helps their project, that enhances their project. We heard it when we were doing the downtown capacity study, when they were talking about, you know, I think the discussion was around parking. You know, like, well, some may want to offer parking because they want to be able to sell the units, because it helps market the units. Art is something that helps market those projects. And I mean, I don't know, that's kind of where I'm coming from. Like, let's kind of remove this red tape layer that we're trying to create and place on future development, and really focus on working with the existing tools that we have that have been able to generate some of the art that we have on the developments. And then really, what can we do to enhance these grant programs and the other goals in the plan? So I'll just leave it there. Those are my thoughts.
I think that the presentation shows a really strong effort to avoid the sort of red tape nightmare that you're portraying here, and that it's simplified, it's elegant, it's accessible in terms of the developers grasping it and being able to navigate it, and that there was a lot of attention placed on that, and comparison with, you know, what's here with other cities where it's working, and that it's not, you know, I've considered myself a very strongly pro-housing person who has been very strictly focused on how this is going to impact housing. And for me, it's passed that test. I guess we could have a discussion on, you know, on the residential housing limits a little bit. I don't think that's going to be huge, and it doesn't matter if we're guessing a little bit. I don't want to throw this out because you know, we have some concerns about that. I think we have a lot of data and a lot of comparative data here to work with to make a good decision about that. And the price for not doing that is just basically stating preferences and that we like art and putting that out there and hoping everything is okay. Where instead we have an opportunity here to really provide something foundational in terms of, you know, how, you know, development in the future supports the community in a very basic way, not just by beautifying. I think that we got to recognize that, you know, public art is a very strong sort of structural component to, you know, a growing arts consciousness in Healdsburg that is very important economically for us in terms of diversifying what we do as a community to raise money, to raise sales tax. It's not just, you know, just for fun or, you know, so we feel good. This is really something important that we need to support, and that we, you know, by having an ordinance like this, we're doing something, you know, that's very directive and also uncontroversial. This is something that we see in lots of other communities. It's not a really strict, overbearing imposition in my view, and I think we differ on that a little bit. But for that reason, I think this is a very modest and proposal. I think I think we backed off on a lot of different points here to make sure that it's digestible for developers, but also still provides a funding stream
for future art that's really going to be super beneficial for something that I think the community is deeply in favor of. Not only that, I think there's a sense in this community that when there is development, certainly on a larger scale, and that's not as controversial maybe with this group, but that there needs to be an offset to development that benefits the community. So I think there's I think there's really going to be some strong favor for that in terms of the proposal of the ordinance in a general sort of way. So I think it's thoughtful. I think there's a couple things here that are been put forward that could be woven in when we see this again, and may reduce some of the anxiety about it. And most of them came from Councilmember Mitchell, and that included an appeal process, a review clause is how you phrased it, and exemption processes too. So if there is a case, for us to say, okay, the 1% for the arts really isn't working here, we have an avenue to work with that. So it's not, some sort of a draconian thing, but nonetheless gives us a powerful, legal tool to carry the arts programs forward. So I don't want to kiss it goodbye at all. Obviously, but there's, I would be in favor of there being some flexibility woven into it. So if we found something that just did not fit, we would have a path through that. I mean, I think that makes sense, and would, just there's bound to be an exception, 1 in 20, where we have to wonder if the ordinance is a perfect fit for that project. And so I'd like to be able to adjust it according to that. So those are my thoughts on that. I'm not in favor of focusing just commercial, non-residential. I think I would reject that personally. So, I think the suggestions, the way I frame them, gives us a balanced path forward with some, given some of the anxieties on the council here. But I'll go ahead, and it looks like you have
Yeah, I think
that.
Let's bring it to real world reality. If we're looking at the unicorn house of $700,000, that's $7,000 on that cost of that home. That could be a closing cost. That could make the difference between somebody being able to afford that house or not. That's when we get into the real world numbers. And that's my concern. I'm not concerned about a $1.5 or $2 million home. It's that under $1 million. It's what our residents here in Healdsburg who've lived here most of their life are talking about, affordability. And
isn't that going to be in the exceptions though?
Currently, it's
Yes.
700,000 wouldn't.
500,000.
Yeah, 500. That's, but I'm talking about, I don't see a home being built realistically for 500. We're looking 700 with $800 a square foot at that range. That really comes down to real numbers that are going to be on that house that's under $1 million.
Right, but single family dwellings are exempt altogether.
If you're putting a group of houses together, and there's a lot, as Councilmember Mitchell brought up, where there's 6 homes that could go there, that's adding the cost on each of those 6 homes.
And it could prevent someone from buying them to develop them, as you increase the cost. And we've been asked a lot by different groups to reduce our fees on housing. So this sort of flies in the face of that too. But I'd like us to consider increasing the number of, from 5, we've got 5. I mean, think about 5 houses in a lot, and tiny little lots. If you think about where I'm trying to describe by our house, old house, it's a small area. And so I think there's a lot of infill places kind of like that around town that we could be impacting those over and over again. So maybe a higher, I don't want to micromanage, but I don't think that is. I think that's more of a bigger picture look of if we increase the number of houses that are exempt, like 10 and above.
I would be supportive of 10 and above. I think that's for where this fee would be applied to residential.
I like that, of residential, to where we could have it, at a different range for commercial, but residential is really what we're trying to do. We're trying to get housing here, and we're trying to get reasonable cost housing, and anything we can do to keep that cost low is a benefit to our community.
Would you just restate that, that proposal again, please?
So for, instead of exempting, we have now what, single-family homes exempting up to 4. So if you build 5, you're subject to the 1%. So I'm suggesting that we raise that to 10, so that if you're building 10 homes, and I think the lot I'm talking about, there's 3, I think there's about 8 lots right in there, if I, my little brain trying to count them. Yeah. So it would still, that whole, and that area's been, those lots have been open for 25 years. Someday somebody's going to want to build on them. It's a beautiful spot. So I'd like to see that happen. I'd like to give us the opportunity for or not us, but somebody. Yeah, somebody.
Do you feel like a proposal like that is going to meaningfully compromise the ordinance in your view, Taryn?
I have definitely seen some variation in the number of residential dwellings. The majority of them follow the template that we offered, but in certain cities, it's slightly higher. In others, it's even lower. It's 3 units or fewer. So there is some variation there.
But so this 10 number, that's not really an outlier in your experience? You don't think that's exceptionally high, and that wouldn't rob the program of a meaningful amount of income, frankly, if we were to take that path?
Mayor, if I may, I think the way to answer that question is to look at how many projects we have had or expect to have between, in this case, 5 and 10. I can't think of any. So because undoubtedly you'll see different numbers in different cities. We've seen nearby cities that just exempt residential housing, so you could do that too. But if the question is going from 5 to 10 going to deny us a lot of participation, the data of development in this town suggests it would not. It's just a very small number of projects. So if that gives the council, I appreciate this conversation. I think it's a really important way to look at it. If that gives the council comfort that this policy is meaningfully less likely to chill housing development, then I think you could do so without really any concern about major lost revenue.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I think I would support that then myself. Councilmember Kelly, I think you said you would as well. Is that right? Okay. Councilmember Hagley, do you want to chime in on this?
I mean, the only thing I would say is there's been a lot of discussion here, this number, that number. What was the number we allocated towards the Arts and Culture Commission? Was it 50 grand or 20 grand? The last budget.
For the grants?
Yeah.
In terms of the expenditure side of things,
Yeah.
it was approximately $50,000 in operational.
I mean, 50,000 and without percent for the arts. I feel strongly we're doing all this brain damage here, going through all this minutia when really this discussion should be happening during the budget process. So I mean, we just saw the perfect example of that. So
Excuse me, Mayor Harry, can I just add?
Yeah.
Not to continue to beat a dead horse, but we did have a arts discussion during the budget process. You were also against allocating more funding for it then. We've had this item on the agenda and conversations about this item multiple times. Every single time we've heard loud and clear that Councilmember Hagley does not support this policy and doesn't think that we should be creating this policy. So you have been heard, and I just want to say, for all of the reasons that you have said, I appreciate where you are coming from. I also think this isn't minutia. This is policymaking, and this is what we are elected to do: is craft policy, not delegate it to the Planning Commission. We are the council, and that is what I think our role is. And I also think allocating funding towards these programs so they can be successful is also the role of the council, which is why we had the conversation during budget. So I, respectfully appreciate all of the input and the getting into the weeds of this, because once we do adopt the ordinance, we want it to be successful. And so I think that's, the the purpose of why we're spending the time on it tonight, to try to get it right, so that it can have positive impact for a long time in the community.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I am, do we feel like you have enough information, feedback to work with and bring back? One of the items was to report in on the in lieu question that Councilmember Mitchell had, and I guess if you could bring that to council before we see this item, and then include it in the agenda packet when it does come back to us, so it's part of that. That's still on the table. You're willing to do that for us, right? Okay.
Yep.
And then
if I could, Mayor, I think the direction that we have tonight is for the council members to proceed with continued work on developing the plan with a number of modifications that we talked about, raising the number of residential units up to 10, incorporating maintenance as an eligible cost, a review timeline in 5 years, an appeal process, ensuring that the administrative process is streamlined. Again, we'll go through these notes a little bit better than my scratches right now. And so I think we have that direction to continue.
That matches my notes. Is there anything else that needs to be added at this point? No? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I have not supported this. I've had my concerns going way back. But I also feel I was elected to share my opinion. I don't think I need to share it the first time and then sit quiet. I'm assuming when this comes back, I could still opine and contribute based on what's before that, and I will continue to do so. I feel like I make very good points. I've heard the same comments from members of the community that really do not support 1% for the art program. And so while some may want to silence critics, I will continue to share my feedback from the dais. I was elected to do that, and we can continue to disagree, and that's fine. I'm in the minority on this, and that's fine. We can move forward, but I will be engaged when this comes back. Thank you.
In my view, the door is open, so thank you for that. Okay. Okay, I think we're set then, unless I see any other heads nodding. All right, thank you very much. All right, it's after 8 o'clock. We're going to take a 10-minute recess before we come back to the standards of coverage, which is also going to be a long one. So thank you, everybody. We're going to call this back to order now and give everybody a moment to reconvene. And we will move along to item 8B, Fire Department Community Risk Analysis and Standards of Cover with Chief Jason Boas and a consultant from AP Triton, David Rocha. Did I pronounce your name right, David?
Rocha.
Rocha? No, Rocha.
Yeah.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor Herod, members of council, city staff, and members of the public. Jason Boas, Fire Chief. I'm honored to be joined here this evening with Chief Dave Rocha and Chief Lance McDonald. Chief Rocha is with AP Triton and served as the project lead on the standards of cover and community risk analysis. I want to thank everyone who participated in supporting and completing this project, including fire department personnel, city staff, community members, and business professionals who contributed their time and their expertise. Perhaps most importantly, I would like to thank and recognize AP Triton for their work in developing this comprehensive data-driven assessment. AP Triton has extensive experience in this area and a deep bench of professionals who contributed their expertise. The team at AP Triton was clearly committed to delivering a thorough and objective report, along with strong recommendations to help guide the department's path forward. Tonight, staff is asking City Council to receive the report and recognize that its recommendations include both achievable short and midterm priorities and longer-term, more aspirational goals. Many of the longer-term recommendations will depend on future call volume, evolving operational needs, and require significant additional funding. There is not a clear financial path to implement all of the recommendations in this report. Tonight's presentation will focus primarily on the exciting short-term and midterm goals that we believe are achievable in a fiscally responsible manner by utilizing Measure H funding as intended. Staff will also be seeking council direction on 3 specific items this evening. 1, adopting response time performance objectives, which is one of the recommendations and something I support. 2, approval of this general staffing plan for Station 2. And 3, direction and approval of dedicated ongoing Measure H funding for vegetation management. Doing just these 3 things greatly enhances our service level by decreasing response times, especially to the north area, addressing overlapping calls, and lessening our reliance on mutual aid from neighboring agencies. The exciting thing is that many of the short-term goals are very achievable and will greatly enhance the service we provide to the Healdsburg community. A number of them can be implemented with staff time and have very little financial impact while still making us a more efficient and professional department. Should the council be supportive of the recommendations moving forward, I will return at a later date with more details and a budget amendment. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Chief David Rocha from AP Triton, who will present the report's findings and recommendations. We will all be here to answer any questions at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening. You can go ahead and advance at least one slide. So once again, I'm Dave Rocha. I'm with AP Triton. I'm one of the division managers as well as the project lead on this project. Just a little bit of background. I spent 33 years in the fire service in the San Francisco East Bay. Retired as the fire chief with the Alameda County Fire Department. Did a little bit of time with the city and county of San Francisco and Department of Emergency Management, then moved over to working for AP Triton about 3 years ago. AP Triton initially started doing a lot of work in emergency medical services and then grew into doing a lot of these sorts of master plans, standards of coverage, fire department evaluations several years ago. Now it's the lion's share of actually the work that we do for the agencies. So next slide. All right, so just a little bit of an explanation on what we were doing. So we used this term community risk assessment, standards of coverage analysis. Both are kind of one's looking at the risk, and standards of coverage is really kind of a report card on how you're doing. And I'll start by saying that you're doing really well as a fire department. It's very rare when we come on site and do interviews, you get to talk to a vast majority of the firefighters. The agency I came from, we've got almost 500 people in the department, so very possible to get to talk to everybody. We do survey tools, things like that for those departments that size. But we had a chance to talk to a lot of folks who were on site with firefighters, some city staff, some of the council members, community organizations, businesses, chamber folks in doing that. But you have a very good department. Things are running very well within the city. So I don't want this to kind of come across sometimes as negative as you go through kind of doing this kind of scorecard on how things are going and where there are room for improvement to look at. But the standards coverage is a measure against different things. And we measure against what are recommended standards nationwide. At the end of the day, the standard is set by you as the governing body for the city of Healdsburg. So it's not set by somebody that's outside. You get to make decisions on what you could afford, what you could offer in terms of services, in those things. So we'll look at that as we go through and talk about the distribution of calls, where they're happening, the reliability, unit hour utilization. Those are all terms, and I know one of the council members earlier mentioned lots of acronyms. We'll try to demystify some of that. This is a 200+ page report, so we're not going through 200 pages tonight, but we're going to go through trying to just give you some idea of what's going on within that report, give you some tools to go back and look at some of the other things as well. The community risk assessment is looking at the threats and vulnerabilities that you have as the city of Healdsburg and looking at what's going on specifically in Healdsburg. It is, like most cities in California, when we talked to folks and we looked at what your risks are, wildfire and the wildfire blowing into the city, and then the house-to-house structure sorts of spreads and with winds and things like that are all real risks that you have. You have risks that because you're sitting on a fault line, you have risks, all of those things. So we have different tools that we went through, try to demystify that axis that's in there, or the triangle, some people like to call it. Next slide. All right, so the report's broken down into 5 different sections. The first section is really current conditions, looks at what's going on in the city of Healdsburg. Not because you may understand those things, but so the public and everybody that sees the document could take a look at it and understand the history of the fire department, how the fire department's organized, how many people work for the department, those things. So there's some baseline information. Then it gets into that evaluation and kind of the scorecard and looking at how you're doing. And in terms of responses, we'll talk a little bit about those risks. And then there's findings and recommendations that come at the end. And there's a lot of findings and recommendations this year, but once again, the department's doing really well in terms of delivering day-to-day service. There are some things that we're looking at really because of where the department's at today and some recent tax measures that you have. Next slide, please. All right, so the organization, the interesting thing with the city of Healdsburg is the Healdsburg Fire Department doesn't just cover the city of Healdsburg. It also covers 2 contract areas in terms of how the department's structured. So it has a larger response area. Response area goes from about 4.5 square miles to 74 square miles in terms of response. The crew just took off and they were going to Windsor on what would have been an automatic aid call just a few minutes ago, and I think they're back. But the departments run that way. You've got 13 uniformed personnel. You've got 9 folks that are on duty each day, and you have 1 primary facility that's staffed and another fire station that is it's unstaffed. We'll talk more about that. Next slide, please. So in terms of your firefighters, you have 9 firefighters that are on a 3-platoon system, which is very common. 4896 shift rotations become in the last decade or so very, very popular shift schedule for the firefighters to work. But you have 3 firefighters minimum per day. That's kind of a key thing to look at that as we start talking about critical tasks and things that firefighters need to do when they arrive at a fire. But you've got three a day. You have chief officers, the chief officers that are available during normal business hours. Then they're on call in the evening, and you have some coverage with some of the reserves and other agencies that come in and the shared battalion coverage for you. Next slide, please. All right, so from an emergency medical standpoint, you are basic life support. The firefighters provide basic life support. We'll talk a little bit later about what that means in terms of advanced life support, but you participate, or an ambulance transport is done by a private entity in an exclusive operating area, Bell's Ambulance. We did not evaluate Bell's Ambulance, but everything seems to be going very well in terms of the services that they do provide. 53% of all calls in your fire department are emergency medical services. It's actually maybe a little bit on the lower side from what you see in a lot of fire departments. That's a little bit higher sometimes in terms of medical, but that's the way the calls, I think, are entered into the system. And there's some consistency and a recommendation in terms of how you collect data as you move forward to making sure that data is getting collected and entered. So if you got a firefighter on A shift and a firefighter on B shift, that they're entering information into the system in similar fashion, so your data is a little bit more aligned in terms of things. During the study period, which was a 4-year period, the firefighters ran about 5,400 calls in terms of service calls. So 53% of those were emergency medical services, but there's some calls, like I said, as we look at some of the other call types later on, that may be picking up some of the things that other agencies may list as an emergency medical services. The timing for doing this report was really good because the department and everybody in the state of California or nationwide actually, is making a change in the way that they collect data from the national system. And there's a new system that's coming on board. So we had clean data to be able to use from those 4 years. When you make system changes, sometimes it's hard to take a look at the data, but everything on this one looked to be clean for us in terms of moving forward. Next slide. Fire Prevention Division, we've got some recommendations there. They're doing a very good job in terms of how they do plan review. You heard in the previous presentation about the one-stop shop and the participation that they may have there. Their turnaround times are good. The integrated inspections and how they do fuel mitigation. They've got things in place today, but you've got a measure that's supposed to help you do some more when it comes to that we'll talk a little bit more about. And then they're working also very well with the community, and we'll talk a little bit about that as well in terms of doing things to kind of empower the community so that they're prepared as well. Next slide. Okay, for special operations, the department is trained to a hazardous materials operational level. That means they could handle a basic incident in terms of hazardous materials spill or containment. But if they need more assistance, they're reliant on the mutual aid system from Sonoma County to provide more in-depth response in terms of the response to a hazardous materials spill. You have good, through the Fire Prevention Bureau, they're doing a good job in terms of business plans and hazardous materials, business plans being in place. From a technical rescue standpoint, you've got a lot of rough terrain. Your firefighters are required to do a lot of different things in terms of rescue, in terms of low angle and high angle rescue, water rescue, given some of the rivers around you and the water around you. So there's a lot of different things that those 3 people, when they're on duty, need to do, where they may actually need assistance from others to be able to pull off some of the rescues and things that they need to happen. Next slide. All right, so we talked a little bit about, or I mentioned the measure and the tax measure. So this study was really kind of born out of Measure H, taking a look at some of the funding that you have in place from Measure H and moving forward, and how to really be able to utilize that well as you move forward. Your current, as you well understand as a council, your current fire department baseline budget sits at about $5.5 million overall, with a large percentage of that going to salaries and benefits. So when you look at the catalyst for some of the recommendations that we're making, that's based on what Measure H will allow you to do incrementally. There's short, in the report itself, there's short, medium term, and long range recommendations that come out. And some of the short term sorts of things you could accomplish right away with the revenue that it looks like that you have today with Measure H. Going forward, you'll have to evaluate those things, but we'll talk about activating Station 2 and getting some staffing there, expanding your vegetation management program and mitigation things there, and then working with the fire inspectors, which I think already is in place. Next slide, please. All right, from a facility standpoint, as I mentioned earlier, you've got 2 fire stations. Station 1, which is the staff station that has good coverage. We'll talk about the maps and things there. The station's getting a little long in the tooth at 34 years. I understand that one of the recommendations we're making is to do some work around that station in the short term, and you may have already approved some funds to do those sorts of things. So that happens quite often from the time we start these studies to the time we finish. Agencies start to move on some of those things. Some we clue them in on, other things like this you probably saw yourself. Indeed, Station 2 to activate has some other things. To get it to be fully activated like Station 1, if you're moved to that staffing level where you have 24/7 staffing on a regular basis, there's some modifications that need to happen to Station 2 for that to happen. So that's a much longer term sort of plan the way we looked at it. Next, please. Right, apparatus. You've got a new type 1, which is the type of engine that's parked outside. It is a municipal style fire engine, the big box kind of looking fire engine. And then there are type 6s, which the type 6 engine, California moved a while back to being on the federal standard for typing, but the type 6 is more of like a brush truck looking sort of engine. A type 3 is the shorter wheelbase, 4-wheel drive looking sort of thing that you're probably familiar with Cal Fire having more. Their fleet is mainly the type 3 engines, but you have a type 3 engine that is, or I'm sorry, a type 1 engine that's currently on order. One of the recommendations starts talking about planning for that next engine. This is not a Healdsburg sort of issue, but nationwide right now, there are huge delays in terms of apparatus delivery. Overall, it's taking years. What you used to be able to get in maybe a 9 to 12 month period is now taking a couple of years or more to receive. So there's been consolidations with manufacturers and things over the years that it's caused problems, but you really need to start planning those things out. The other thing you want to look at when you're buying engines, they're very expensive. So as you kind of spread them out a little bit, you don't want to be in a position where you're buying all of your fleet at one time, because when the fleet comes due to be replaced, it's going to be at the same time. So if you when you go to replace, you want to have those things spread out. And an engine today is probably $1.5 million. And that's changed. They were $600,000 about 6 years ago. So the price on them has gone up pretty substantially. But you have other expensive equipment in terms of AEDs, the Lucas compression devices. These are all capital sorts of equipment that you have that are on the fire engines that need to be replaced as well. When you look at the extrication tools, the jaws of life, that's an expensive piece of tool. Next slide, please. Right, training, we took a look at your training. You know, in a lot of departments, you talk about a training division. You have a captain that's on shift that coordinates training for the Healdsburg Fire Department. Things are going well. That's a lot to ask a captain on shift to be doing. When you take a look at that, it's other duties that they're kind of juggling things. So, you know, the crews are accomplishing the hours that they need and moving in a positive direction in terms of training and those things. But that's something we'll look at as we move in terms of looking at some of the professional development and staffing behind that and making sure that you have somebody that could track that. There's an administrative recommendation that we make that would help with trying to kind of tracking your overall training opportunities and hours and things like that. And you participate as well with the larger county in terms of training drills. So next slide, please. Right, you participate in a regional dispatch center, which I think is a great thing. So as a regional dispatch center, they're a secondary answering point. All calls to 911 have to pass through a law enforcement agency as the primary answering point. So a secondary answering point in terms of answering the calls for fire and EMS is Redcom. And Redcom has a large area that they cover as a JPA in terms of the participation on it for the county. And they have good staffing levels and dispatchers that are available to handle and used to handling fire emergencies and handling the emergency medical services calls, and their emergency medical dispatch trained as well. So that's a key part of what they do. They could screen the calls when they do that EMD. They're able to go through and screen the calls down and take a look at what the response levels should be to calls. So that's a good thing, but I just wanted to point it out because it's a JPA that the city participates in terms of the board that it's on. So next slide. Okay, the community risks, some of the things that were notable about the city of Healdsburg when you look at overall risk and population and the kind of the social vulnerabilities. Your number of people that are under 5 years old is kind of a vulnerable group. Your number there is kind of on the lower side than what we normally see when you look at the report and kind of compared to other California locations or California overall. On that upper end, on 65 and older, your number is a little bit higher than what you see statewide in terms of overall community. So the older folks a little bit more. Folks with disability at about 10%, non-English speaking, this number is a little bit higher than you see in some communities as well. So that we've got a recommendation that talks a little bit about that as well. the seasons are getting hotter and drier everywhere. We don't need to look any further than, what's going on in the state of Washington currently to see what's going on up there where you'd never, years back see these types of fires. So I mentioned earlier the multiple fault lines that kind of converge around the city and the concern for earthquake. And then, of course, the wildfire risk. You have some critical infrastructure and target hazards we look at, and those are high life safety buildings, and the numbers of people that you need for those are typically higher numbers of firefighters if you have an incident in that type of structure. Next slide, please. All right, here's the 3-axis risk classification, and this is just an example. There's a number of different scenarios that are in the report, but this looks at basically an EMS response as an example. The probability of it occurring is very high. So 53% of the responses that the firefighters go on in the city of Healdsburg are emergency medical services related. So it's a high probability that they're going to go on an emergency medical services call. The consequences are usually the individual that they're responding to. So the consequences are on kind of on the low side. The impact, once again, the impact on the department, you have a single engine. So this is one of those ones that you could debate a little bit probably on the impact because that single engine's tied up on that single medical call. So it does have an impact, but you have a mutual aid and automatic aid system that backfills behind the firefighters. So you do have some, but they're coming from some distance. So when you look at these, that's kind of how it works is really kind of you look at it, there's that probability. Is it likely to happen? EMS call, yes. Large structure fire, not as likely to happen, but the impact and the consequences on the city are very large, right? So next slide. All right, so this is a look at the call count overall and how you're looking and where the call breakdown is. You could see on the map, and I know it's kind of on the small side, the majority of calls that they do respond to are in the city of Healdsburg. There's fewer calls as you move into those contract areas. Most of the calls are kind of centered around the fire station, which is a good thing, but they're starting to see calls in some of the other areas. That 53% we talked about on rescue and medical, when you look at that, some of those calls that are getting categorized as maybe good intent could possibly be an EMS call depending on how they're making contact with somebody. So there's some other numbers in here. The good intent number seems to be very high in terms of when you look at other fire departments. So I'm thinking that maybe some of that is getting categorized. And a good intent could be somebody logging a report that says in the morning somebody's fallen and needs help just getting up. Well, there's a medical assessment that also goes along with that before you just help them up off the floor and back into bed. So that's some of that categorizing of calls that you need to make sure people are being very consistent in terms of how they're delivering. Automatic aid received and automatic aid given. So you're receiving more mutual aid or automatic aid from other agencies coming into the city of Healdsburg than you are giving the aid to others. So next slide, please. This gives you an idea of the call count per year. Another good factor is that you made it past the pandemic because we had a lot of crazy data when you looked at the pandemic, and most fire departments thought our calls were going to go up significantly, and the calls went down actually during the pandemic because people were scared to call. They didn't want to call the fire department. They didn't want to go to the hospital. But this is how your calls seem to be trending in terms of numbers overall and the breakdown of medical versus other incidents over the years. So the firefighters are running somewhere between 1,700 and 2,000 calls a year, kind of on average, and that number usually is kind of moving up in most agencies. So next slide, please. This gives you an idea of what it looks like on the percentage by month. There's nothing in this that's really striking in terms of overall, in terms of the months. Maybe some stuff with the weather changes in September and that kind of time frame. But when you look at cities or places that have universities and things like that, sometimes when the freshmen decide to come to school, calls spike for agencies like that. So we're looking for things like that. This isn't really striking in terms of it's pretty even across the years, maybe some seasonal differences. Next slide. Days of the week, once again, the trend is pretty consistent across the board on this slide in terms of your calls. There's nothing that jumps out at it. Sometimes when you have a lot of industry in a city, you'll see calls really focused, a lot of commuters sometimes. We'll see some of that when on some of the other slides, but the numbers aren't really jumping out that calls are happening fairly consistently from these last two slides that we've looked at. Next slide. Incidents by hour of the day. So when you look at this, most of the incidents are happening kind of in those, what I'll call the daylight hours. You start to see the trend pick up in that 6 to 7 a.m. in the morning and jump, and then it drops off in the evening. So most of the calls the firefighters are responding to are during the daylight hours, which is kind of a key point as we look at one of the recommendations on staffing and maybe moving toward increasing staffing, is that how your calls are trending. And this is fairly consistent among fire agencies. Next slide, please. This is just another way to look at your incident volume, different type of chart, but it's showing these kind of the same things at days of the week on the same slide that you got the hours of the day, the higher number of incidents happening, in that midday between 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's where most of the calls are occurring in there. So next slide, please. Right. So one of the agencies that rates cities is the Insurance Services Office. So when we look at that, there's a 1.5 mile travel for engines that they want up to a 5 mile travel distance. So when you look at your current station location, it's shown on both of these maps, but you've got coverage, that fairly good coverage, except for in the north part of the city. And there's a little bit down in the south part of the city that doesn't look like it has a lot of roadways today in terms of coverage. But the north part of the city, where Station 2 is located, is that area that's currently kind of is uncovered in terms of distance. If you add Station 2 in, then the coverage numbers go up in terms of things. And on the slide to the right, you've got where it's a lot. You've got a lot more coverage when you increase that distance. So next slide. Time of day. So this is a travel. This is looking at travel, and there's a 4-minute map and there's an 8-minute travel map. So one of the things we'll talk a little bit about in terms of travel time is from the time the engine is rolling to the time the engine is on scene. It's not the full response time. I'll talk a little bit more about the response times in a bit. This is strictly travel time. So that's the time the engine's moving, the wheels start rolling at the fire station to the time they pull up in front of the address itself. So once again, you've got pretty good coverage from Station 1, but you've got some open areas in terms of your time in the distance that they can get in the 4 to 6 minute range, and then in the 6 to 8 minute range itself. Next slide. All right. This is an interesting slide because when you talk about unit hour utilization, usually you're looking at different units. Your firefighters, because they cross staff, all are on kind of the same kind of units counted in here, except for there's a few numbers in there. The 3600 number, 3600, 3601, 3621, I think are all command staff or chief officers sorts of staff or administrative staff. So those don't really cover. But when you look at the engine and you look at the quint or the truck, those numbers, you kind of have to roll them up. So when we say your desired, you really want to have your desired under 10%. Even when you roll them up, you're at about 7.8%. So you're doing okay, but it does cause some delays on the firefighters getting out of the fire station, what's called turnout time. And that's the time from the tone going off in the building to the time those wheels are rolling on the fire engine. That's turnout time. So when a firefighter has to, instead of getting on the Type 1 engine, get on the Type 3 engine, or get on the Type 6 engine, or get on the quint or truck instead of getting on that primary engine, it does take a little bit longer for them to do that. The other number that was a little bit striking is the chance of another incident occurring before the first one's completed. is almost 20%. So that's kind of a high number, but I think that's reflective of you have a single engine responding, covering the entire city and providing aid into the neighboring fire departments as well. So next slide, please. Right, critical tasking. So one of the things when you look at a structure fire, and this is a moderate risk fire, is a single family residence type fire. You need about 16 to 17 firefighters to arrive at that fire to do all of the different tasks that are required once they arrive. Some of these tasks occur simultaneously or can happen kind of concurrently. You could shut the water supply, the engine stops at the hydrant, firefighter gets off, they make the connection to the hydrant as the engine pulls forward, they catch up to the engine crew behind it. But you still really only got 2 firefighters that are available to do things because now you've got another firefighter that's operating the pump or that pump operation. So they're tied up at the pump, and then you've got 2 firefighters. There's an OSHA rule, 2 in, 2 out. So you need another 2 to show up behind them in order for them to be able to go interior or into an immediately dangerous to life and health environment in terms of response. So that's one of the limiting factors that you have, your department has. But when you look at the 16 to 17, you're going to need somebody that's in front or out at to be in command and in charge. That's usually a chief officer. You're not filling scene safety. You don't have somebody for really with your 3 people to do search and rescue, which is usually a 3 or 4 person assignment. Ventilation, which is firefighters getting usually on the roof or maybe positive pressure blowing a fan into a building, but onto the roof, you usually need 3 firefighters to be on the roof to do this. So you're reliant on those agencies that are around you to assist you in terms of your responses to these types of calls as they go up. And then the rapid intervention is to rescue in case you have a mayday and you have firefighters and you need to make the rescue on them. So next slide, please. All right, this is a tough slide to read, I know, but it's got a lot of information built into it. On the far left talks about where some of the standards come from. Some of these standards have been updated. But the ones in red are the ones that we're really kind of talking about when it comes to a fire department. The ones in yellow are how that call is received by the dispatch center and how the calls are processed in terms of how they're doing there. The ones in red are the turnout time. The tone goes off in the fire station and the firefighters get on the rig to respond out. You're doing that in about 2 minutes and 18 seconds or faster, which is not bad. It is higher than the NFPA standards in terms of that, but I have yet really to find a fire department that's meeting that NFPA standard when it comes to actual turnout times and getting out of the fire station. So there's things that you could do in terms of trying to increase that. Sometimes it has to do with station design. Sometimes it just has to do with making sure that the firefighters are aware and they're conscious of what's going on. And I think this report does that in some cases. And then there's travel time. We talked about that earlier in the 4-minute time frame. And then there's travel times for the next units to start coming in behind them. And there's a little bit of concern when it comes to getting an effective response force. So within the report, there's those critical tasks kind of table that we had on the previous slide breaks down into effective firefighting force. There's a section of the report that has that broken down by different types of calls and the numbers of firefighters that you need. So rallying that many firefighters for a structure fire or so in that 8-minute time frame is pretty tough when they're coming greater distances to meet up with your firefighters to support them. And then the blue section has to do with EMS and measuring times there. The state of California hospital wait times, and this is, when Bell's transports a person to the hospital, how quickly their unit, APOT is how quickly their unit is offloaded and they become available. A term used in the industry quite often is called wall time. But that's something that's kind of outside of their control, but they need the receiving hospital to be able to take the person. And we talked a little bit about that unit hour utilization, how much time your firefighter, and I should say, 10% may not seem like a lot, but that's in addition to all of the administrative tasks that the firefighters, the fire inspections that they have to do, the training that they have to do. They're doing that during their shift while they're on. So it's important to realize that as well. When you start to add those things, the percentage of time that they're on task goes up. Your first due travel times overall are 13 minutes and 22 seconds, but that includes the contract area. So when you look at overall, it's the contract area, and that's somewhat explainable. Within the travel time within the city, on average, you're looking at 5 minutes and 52 seconds for their times. When you look at the total response time, when you take those components and bring them together, you're looking at being in the 8 minutes and 48 seconds time frame. So that and we did include in the report, there seems to be an increase, that number is going up. And I also wanted to list the agencies that are providing assistance to you and have some understanding of their travel time to get here. So if you're looking at Santa Rosa coming up, Highway 101, it's going to take them a while to get here, as long as there's not traffic issues and other things. But one of the recommendations, and the chief mentioned this earlier, that comes out of this report is, at the end of the day, for them to take a look at and to bring to you a response or standards related to these that you adopt, the fire department adopts, you as a council approve, the fire department adopts, and then routinely reports out to you on their performance and how they're doing going forward. So that's an important criteria, I think, for us to look at and for you to consider as you go forward. Next slide, please. Okay, so jumping into the strategies, and like I said, there's a lot of different things that we listed here in terms of recommendations. Some of these have been abbreviated in terms of the description. In the report itself, there's a little bit more of a description, a little bit more of desired outcome, a little more on the financial implications. But one of the things we saw when I mentioned earlier, that you have a captain that is on shift, that's doing training, and there's a lot of other programs in the fire department. The fire department has one staff person that really she's supporting the fire chief and supporting the deputy chief in terms of the work that they're doing. So that's an important thing, is to look at that and maybe free up some of the burden that's there, maybe part-time, doing some of those sorts of things to on the higher level tasks, where tracking information is critical to the fire department and making sure it's available as you go forward. Next slide, please. Administrative management, looking at how your record keeping is going and making sure that you're digitizing everything possible in terms of workflows to streamline workflows. And I know they're starting to use tablet command or using tablet command, but bringing those sorts of things, especially when it comes to the fleet and looking at your fleet and how you track equipment and do those sorts of things, and self-contained breathing apparatus where you need to have access to records and know when something was maintained, and those things. It's very important in terms of accountability and overall workflows, and just digitizing makes it easier at the end of the day. Next slide, please. Classification. This is one of the things that we saw, the division chief, fire marshal role. There's a little bit of confusion within the agency, and it's not so much on the work that he's doing, but it's confusion with some of the policies and things that are in place and the overall role. So there's a recommendation for the city really to kind of take a deeper dive at this and really look at it. And maybe it's a compensation and classification study, but something needs to be aligned here, that, in terms of that position and better defined to match what's in practice today. So next slide, please. Improvement on internal communications and transparency. So, everybody's in one fire station, but one of the things that we saw is that there's a lot of informal conversations that go on, and sometimes people get missed. So it's important, I think, to bring in really kind of doing, an outcome would be to have planning in place that set meetings in place so that everybody gets updated at different times. And it will, I think, at the end of the day, increase transparency overall. Nobody gets missed in the message, because like I said, everybody's in one building. So I think it's sometimes taken for granted that the information flows. And I think at the end also, it helps overall. If there's firefighters that aspire to do other things within the department, they get to understand what's going on and everybody has the same overall information. Next slide. Talked about response times. This is just really about going back and adopting times related to turnout times, travel times, what you want to see your total response times be, what you would like to see your effective response force times be. But this is an objective that staff, I think, could come back to you and make some recommendations for the council to look at and discuss, adopt, and then have a reporting structure that goes forward, whether it's on an annual basis, 6-month basis, doing some of those sorts of things. Next slide, please. Minimum daily staffing. So this is really where, when we're looking at Measure H, where we kind of got trying to get creative and taking a look at what you had available when the calls are occurring. And the recommendation here is to really start to look at staffing and bringing on staffing in an incremental manner. And that would be staffing during the day, is the recommendation, to bring on 2 people running out of Station 2 and to staff during the day to be able to respond to those calls. As you move forward and Measure H money possibly grows, take that staffing from like a 5-day-a-week, 40-hour sort of staffing model or a other type of staffing model, then move it to 7 days a week on the same, towards maybe go from an 8-hour day to a 12-hour day with the 2 shifts, to then move toward a 24-hour coverage. There's a lot more that comes with that 24-hour coverage because Station 2 needs to be prepared for you to be able to provide those levels of service as well. So that's why it's a much more costly thing to look at. Measure H growth is also in question. So will Measure H grow enough for you to get to that 24/7 coverage as well? It becomes a question, because as you can see on the slide, it's an expensive proposition in terms of staffing. In terms of that, back to that earlier slide, 61% of the budget today is on salary and benefits. So we understand that, but you've also got the call volume and those things. And I think Measure H gives you the ability to at least start to move in the right direction, address that almost 20% concurrent call issue that you've got as well. So and this is just a concept. It's something that the city would need to take up with between the fire department and the firefighters to work on staffing models would fit. This is much more of a concept sort of thing. Next slide, please. Critical apparatus. I mentioned this when we're talking about the apparatus slide. Ensuring that you have reliable engines is now something that you really need to plan. No longer can you go out and buy an engine right away. In some exigent circumstances, you may be able to buy something that's already built, that's a showpiece sort of thing for demonstrations. But today it's taking several years, and the amount of money that it costs for an engine or a truck company has increased substantially. So the planning here really needs to be looking forward. And I know in talking to the chief, like I said earlier, there's one on order, and they're already talking about that next one that's going to fill behind it as well when it comes to the Type 1 primary response unit. So next slide. Safety and infrastructure upgrades. I mentioned this when we're talking a little bit about buildings. There are some things to happen. I've been in fire stations that look a lot worse. And I was talking to the chief earlier about a place I was last week. And had I been there probably the week before coming out to do your site visit, probably would have told you everything looked really great. But that place has a lot of needs. Your needs, I think, are needs that can be addressed in terms of the living conditions and just updating to Station 1 what's happening there. Some of the things to look at longer term are related to Station 2, are more expensive sorts of things for you that you'll have to approach in the long term, but to take a look at those things as well. So next slide. You know, this is a problem that many agencies have in terms of reserves or volunteer sustainability. We're seeing volunteerism drop off pretty significantly in the fire service. And I think there's a lot of reasons for that. People are now, instead of volunteering kind of that second job. Now they're working a second job. They're doing those sorts of things to kind of make ends meet and do that. So you're not seeing as many folks in terms of volunteering. So this is another thing that the fire, that reserve force that used to come in when the engine went on a call to be able to cover the next call isn't always available, and your numbers have dropped off pretty significantly. But we're seeing that, I think, everywhere in terms of volunteerism in the fire service. This is not a question, but developing, I think, a strategy to kind of stabilize that workforce, looking at what you're doing going forward. And there's many different ways you could do that, working with the community college locally and looking at what they have and people that are interested in the fire service. That's usually where a lot of the reserves come from in agencies, but looking at that sort of thing and building that. But those folks that are really early in their career and their aspirations you can't let them really, they need to be supervised as well. So next slide. Improving your ISO rating. So you had a really good ISO rating. You're as a Class 2 fire department. Class 1 is what departments aspire to be. There were some shortcomings when it came to things on the water supply that you could work through to get that. But if you could get your rating up, that does in some cases affect insurance ratings overall for a city. So that's something to look at as well. Now, insurance industry does a lot of different analysis, but that's something to aspire to do to get those extra credits. So the water supply sorts of things that were in your last ISO report are things that you actually probably could work on to bring that number up. And like I said, that is something from an economic development side standpoint in terms of development happening in the city and insurance rates and things that people do actually look at sometimes. So next slide. Adoption of a community risk reduction plan. This is something that there's a lot of components already in the city that are in place. This is kind of your fire prevention office and fire prevention division under the fire marshal, but developing and bringing in all of the different things that you need to do to maintain those records and have that capacity to really have a community risk reduction program in place are critical. And this is once again back to that idea of having some extra staffing, administrative support that could support the fire marshal and others in the office to get some of these things done would be something that we look at as a possibility in the future for you in terms of being able to get work done and bring that plan together so you have a real solid plan that meets the NFPA 1300 standards and the Vision 2020 standards. So next slide, please. Vegetation management. So this is, once again, looking at Measure H. There's, I think, a Measure H commitment in terms of the way the citizens voted on it, that it would large parts of it would be used toward vegetation management. It's not to supplant what you already do and you have a good program that's in place. It's meant to expand on that. So looking at that and making a commitment as you go forward on using those Measure H funds to do vegetation management in and around the city is a critical part or critical recommendation for you. And we're looking at about 10% maybe commitment on that. So next slide, please. Records management. This is maybe in some ways a double recommendation because it appeared earlier, I believe, as well. But looking at being very proactive in terms of the way you're using technology and the data-driven information on your risk overall, and looking at the things that you're doing to analyze trends and what you're doing, and as well improving how you handle the permits and inspections and things that are going forward and looking at those sorts of risks that you have. Next slide. All right, so about 24% of your community is bilingual. So focusing some attention on expanding Spanish language programming and other outreach programs specifically for seniors, because you have a high number of seniors as well in the community, and doing programming that focuses on communication with them and making them more self-prepared or prepared on their own and understanding what responses happen or when they should be using 911 and where there are other services available for them. Next slide. All right, implementation of a quality management program, really monitoring and taking a look at your records management system that's in place and having somebody things, just making sure the accuracy of information going into it is correct. Having reviews that take place. But once again, that requires some staff to be able to do that. And making sure that your data accuracy that goes into the system is correct, especially when it comes to emergency medical services, and making sure that, you know, you're looking at that clinical excellence as you move forward in terms of what you're doing. And understanding, because there's another recommendation here, in terms of understanding what's going on in emergency medical services in the city and being able to break those things down, really kind of a public health perspective on what you're doing in the city overall, and being able to make sure that you're giving people kind of the right care that's needed. So next slide. All right. So this slide is a consideration to move from basic life support, EMT, to paramedic. As you, one of the reasons it's included, as you start to consider expanding your staffing, it may be a time to look at that. There's a lot of things that goes into providing advanced life support services, but when you have an aging population in your city, that time between from the fire department arriving to the ambulance, who has a much larger service area. I think Bell's ambulance service area is about 700 square miles in EOA2. So they may be much further out and may have longer response times. I did not hear that from anybody when we talked with the fire department folks, but being prepared to close that gap and be able to provide advanced life support for the few minutes before the ambulance arrives is a critical thing to take a look at evaluating. There's a lot that goes into it in terms of having people that are trained, having the equipment on site, monitoring the narcotics that they have to be able to administer as a paramedic. There are differences, big differences between being an EMT and being a paramedic in terms of the agency and how you run the agency going forward. Next slide, please. All right, short-term path. Is this one? Did you want to jump in on this one or keep going? All right. We had a little bit of a slide change up, so I just wanted to check with the chief. Sorry. So these are things that we believe are really accomplishable in that short-term phase. There are Type 1 engines already on order, planning for the replacement of the second. You're going to need to get an additional or a Type 3 or Type 6 engine if you move towards staffing. That's something pop up there. The bolstering of staffing during the day, bringing on some sort of two-person squad, which you're seeing actually in other places in Sonoma County. Agencies are doing this, where you bring on this kind of two-person squad of some level of supervisor, captain, maybe a lieutenant, new rank, firefighter, to have coverage during those higher peak times. And they're available to respond to other incidents during that time as well. You know, the community risk reduction plan, doing the things to become 1300 NFPA 1300 compatible in alignment, is something that we see as something that's you can do, and establishing that kind of stable recurring budget to move forward on the, you know, if you commit a certain percentage of Measure H to fuel mitigation, continuing that as you go forward. And then prioritizing living quarters, which I think, like I said, I've heard from the chief that you guys have already moved to do some upgrades at Station 1 and some of the deferred maintenance address some of those issues. So that's a great thing. So next slide.
All right, well, thank you, Chief Rocha and Council. I know that's a lot of information and the report is even longer. I want to reassure you that a lot of these recommendations, we're not starting from scratch. A lot of them, we're already doing a lot of the things in them. It's a matter of streamlining them, having information systems talk to each other a little better, and just generally making our operation more efficient. So it's not like we're starting from scratch from a lot of these things. So the main takeaway from all this is it's not as complicated as it looks. What we're proposing is to use some Measure H revenue to staff Station 2 and activate it on the north end to decrease response times and deal with the overlapping call issue. But as far as the fiscal impact, we put this slide in here. I wanted to show you kind of where we're at right now. And what I'd like you to focus on first is it's broken into two categories, the existing commitments and the proposed investments. So if you look at direct salary and benefits and the top line there, that's the fire inspector position that you may recall we already brought on and is being filled right now. And then in the fiscal year 26-27, that 810,000 is the money that was allocated in the current 26-27 budget for renovations, for the phase one renovations of Station 1, which is essentially the living quarters, the bunk rooms, bathrooms, kitchen and day room. We're talking about proposed investments, the direct salary and benefits, the 408,000, 430,000 would be the two FTEs that I would propose we add to staff Station 2 during the day, which would be a captain and a firefighter. And then you see the capital expense in 26-27, that is for an additional piece of equipment for Station 2. We haven't determined exactly what that's going to be yet, so that price is kind of a guess. It could be more, it could be less, depending on what we decide to put up there. And then the 160,000 in both years would be the 10% commitment to vegetation management. So you can see what we have, the 26-27, the total commitment is 2,355,000. Some of that, you know, the Measure H revenue has been compiling this whole time without us spending all of it. So there's some one-time costs in there, and then 27-28, that 1,123,000 would be recurring year-over-year costs that cover everything from vehicle replacement to the proposed staffing levels. So if you can advance to the next slide, we'll kind of wrap it up with this. So in summary tonight, what I'm looking for is just your general receiving of this plan, and of course asking any questions that you have that we can clarify for you, and then provide direction on adopting the response time performance objectives. This is something as chief I'm supportive of. We've always generally just used NFPA standards. It's a little challenging for our department because we do have areas that are rural, we have areas that are suburban, and we have areas that are urban. And so it's really, I would probably come back with 3 different response time standards because it's very different when you're responding to a rural area in our response area, or if we're going from our station down to the plaza. So that's something I think it would be good to move forward with. It's not a big cost to it, it's just staff time. And it would, as Chief mentioned, give us some solid metrics from which we can kind of evaluate our performance moving forward. And then I would like to know if council is generally supportive of the staffing plan for Station 2, which would be the patrol model that we're talking about, daytime staffing Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 with a captain and a firefighter. This is a model that other agencies are going to, including Sonoma County Fire District, I think Santa Rosa Fire. That second unit would help not only response times for medical calls to the north area, but they could also respond in and assist the engine company in the downtown station with more personnel, as the chief talked about, the 2 in, 2 out rule, but also just lessen our reliance on mutual aid and automatic aid. And then I would also like to know if council is supportive of the 10% allocation of Measure H revenue for vegetation management, which I think is in line with the goals of the Measure H sales tax to begin with. So that's really the gist of it for tonight. If I'm open to any input or any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Well, thank you very, very much. That was a lot of material, but you handled it really gracefully and succinctly, and I think we could all take it in carefully, and so I appreciate that very much. You know, my first thing I want to comment on is that this really gives our fire department a really great report card, and so we all knew that, but we're proud of this department. It's really great to see verification of all the work they've been doing, and it's nice to see also a blueprint for really thoughtful improvement. So, so thank you for that. If I don't have any disagreement, I think I'd like to go ahead and move straight to public comment, and then we'll bring it back. Because I think probably our suggestions and our questions will go pretty hand in hand anyway. So if no one disagrees, then I would like to open this up to public comment. If there's anybody here who'd like to come forward and speak on this issue, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I wanted to speak first before I fall asleep. Fred Peterson, I'm Director for Northern Sonoma Fire District. And first of all, I want to thank the city and the fire department for taking on the contract area, which is the area that we annexed from the county now, I think 3 years ago. And our commitment to the areas we annexed. I'm here with Director Abercrombie, who's a Fitch Mountain resident. As the annexations happened and we went from 250 square miles roughly to about 450, was to provide a better level of service to the areas that we annexed. And so for Fitch Mountain, they pay a bit more because of the weirdness of the property tax. So one of the things that we did as a fire district is we fund additional ambulance during peak times, which actually helps Healdsburg more than us. But it's, again, I guess my point to be here tonight is this was a great report, very voluminous, very dense, certainly. But I would like to throw out there that we can, working together, actually provide a higher level of service to all of the residents. And whether it's the Station 2 staffing, in terms of engines or whatever. The other thing I have is resource sharing and cost efficiency. There's so many potential ways to do that working together regionally. Training and joint exercise. It's a shame. I think we used to train more together, have our mutual aid drills and such. And in the last few years, whether it's COVID or such, things have kind of tapered off a bit. And then in terms of the biggest thing, and it was brought in the report, and we all know it, those of us connected to fire service and delivery, is EMS. There are less fires, thankfully. In our district, we've lost way more homes to wildfires than actual just structure fires because there are fewer and fewer structure fires, and that's a good thing. EMS, and as our population ages, including yours truly, that's going to cause a greater demand for service. And there are ways to deal with this that are more cost effective, in my view, than paramedic engines. And one of the things we see is we don't have enough. We're not San Francisco. We're never going to have, when we get more than one call, and especially we've had situations where we had 3 and 4 calls, where if you tie up an engine on a medical call and then you have a traffic accident or a fire. So we need to be flexibility and such. And I'm just saying that we, Northern Sonoma Fire District, would love to look into how we can create a more regional response, working together and sharing resources and such. So thank you. And I look forward to working with, I'm not operational. I'm a politician like yourselves. We have great people in our departments, but I think it comes back to vision and policy, and that's what we, as the elected officials, need to provide.
Thank you. Welcome.
Fred took the wind out of my sails here. My name's Pat Abercrombie. I, as Fred said, am a director of the Northern Sonoma County Fire District, also known as the contract area in this report. But I'm here tonight equally as a resident of Fitch Mountain, which you're also well aware is largely owned now by the city of Healdsburg. As Fred mentioned, the district would like very much to expand our collaboration beyond simply a contractual arrangement that we have with Healdsburg Fire Emergency Response. And we're excited to see recommendation C2 about vegetation management. You probably know that Northern Sonoma County Fires had the most rockin' fuels crew in the county, if not wider, for a number of years now. And as a result of Measure H, we're now working throughout the county, not just in the district. So in addition to that $160K stable budget item that Chief Boaz is proposing for vegetation management, there are other ways for us to work together beyond what we're already doing to leverage that to even more protection of particularly Fitch Mountain and the Healdsburg Ridge open space areas where vegetation management is required year after year. But there are other initiatives, as Fred mentioned, that we could collaborate on and provide even more safety, protection, and service to our constituents. So let's keep talking. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else that'd like to speak on this item? Okay, we'll close public comment. Chief, do you want to respond briefly to that offer of collaboration? I know it's a little off topic a little bit, but not completely. And if you just have any thoughts you want to share about that right now.
I appreciate the comments, and of course, we're always open to finding any ways to collaborate that we can, whether that's operationally or fiscally. Again, we do collaborate with Northern Sonoma County Fire on a lot of things already, particularly with vegetation management. Just about every project we do, vegetation management wise, we collaborate with Northern Sonoma County Fire, the fuels crew, CAL FIRE. So we're not working in a vacuum here. I don't disagree that there's ways that we could probably improve that and make it more efficient, but we are already doing that, and I'm open to any suggestions they may have. I think the contract for emergency response is effective still because we're much closer to a lot of those areas. That's not something I would propose changing. I happen to live in one of those areas, and it's I think the contract itself is valuable the way it sits, but it is true that we are collaborating less than we used to, and it is also probably true that it had something to do with COVID. We used to train together a lot more and just collaborate a lot more, and that's kind of gone away. It might also be because we're all busier than we ever have been before, but getting together and collaborating on training or sharing efficiencies, I'm always open to that, and that's something that I can open the door with Chief Turberville or their board and talk more about any way we can do that better moving forward. So I appreciate the suggestions.
Thank you. Okay, bring it back to council. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and I won't go too long, but real quick, I agree with the recommendations, the response time, performance objectives. I think it's great to set the benchmarks for measurement. Station 2 staffing plan, that's a big yes. And I think back to when that station was built, the big concern was how are we going to staff it? And so a huge thank you to the voters that provided the funding that is going to support that. And then the ongoing vegetation management, absolutely. And I like that you used a percentage to kind of benchmark that. And I think that's a good place to start. There are a number of other ones that I liked that, for down the road, the expanded administrative capacity, I like that recommendation. The modernization of the management systems, I think that's really valuable. The internal communications and transparency, I mean, that's always a good thing. And then this one I had probably Ron's favorite, strategic records management, integration and analysis, anything related to data, so I'm with Ron. I like that one too. So those are just my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Go ahead, Councilmember Gill.
Thank you. I really appreciate the thorough report. There's a lot of great information in here and really helpful, I think, as we're at this critical juncture of how do we leverage the Measure H funds in a meaningful way. I mean, obviously, it can always be adapted in the future, but I think as we really start to see a meaningful impact on that revenue for the city, putting it on the right trajectory at this point, this study really helps us get clarity on that. I did have some follow-up questions. There was definitely a few things that jumped out at me that was surprising. And I think, the 20% call volume for good intent, and you, I think, identified that might be a misclassification on some of, I think that's what you said, that some of those might be being misclassified. And so we might not have totally solid data in terms of things that might be medical, but they're being classified in that realm. Can you speak to a little bit more of do we think we might have there's a training need there where we can talk about how to better classify the data so that we have an apples to apples and not apples to bananas and some of this stuff?
Yeah, you kind of sort of answered your own question, but that's it. It's really comes down to training and looking at the system and making sure that the quality assurance across the board is the same and that everybody's coding calls very similarly and looking at that. We weren't able to dive into the good intent calls with depth and really kind of sort out what was in there. So I think, within the agency itself, they could talk a little bit more about it and probably figure out maybe some of the reasons. And then through training, make sure everybody's trying to be as consistent as possible.
So we have 20% of our calls are good intent. What's like a normal number? What's like a range of what we would normally see when you've done a lot of these? Normal percent.
Single digits.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say single digits. It's probably I mean, there's probably some influence on community, but good intent calls are just kind of ones that usually are not a lights and sirens sort of response. They're sometimes it could be, I mean, we've joked in the past, I mean, a good intent call versus a false alarm, defining some of those differences could be, is it it's a lot of smoke off the balcony, but is it your neighbor's barbecue? That may be a good, I mean, those are sometimes classified that way.
Yeah, and if I may, and I can see Chief McDonald's had something he would like to add as well, but that number seemed high to me as well, and I didn't dive into their report data as much. When I report to council in my annual report, that number is a lot lower. And then it typically includes things like smoke checks, dispatched and canceled en route, or dispatched and no incident upon arrival, things like that. But I'd really have to dig in a little deeper to see exactly what was in their report. But if one of the recommendations is the QA/QI program, and if we were to do that, one of the things we'd have to do is our engine companies would be doing electronic PCRs or ePCRs, patient care reports. And if we do that, that will capture a lot more granular data about the types of medical calls we're running. And correlating to that, I think it would kind of expand out to the other call types. So we would have a little bit better data of exactly what those calls are, if that makes sense. So.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Council. I just wanted to add, the national reporting was mentioned earlier. One is called NEFRS and the new one is called NERIS. That's the acronyms for them. The way the national reporting used to work is the template that you reported on had so many selections for various calls. So was it a fire in a building? Was it a structure fire? Was it a debris fire? There's just literally like 40 classifications for different things. The new software that we are using as of January 1st has an AI component. So when the captains create their narrative, it suggests the proper one. And that already is proven to have some consistency, as well as it's narrowed the focus a little bit. So I think going forward, the reporting already will be better. And then what the chief mentioned there as well.
Great, thank you. One of the things that jumped out to me was the turnout time, and I think you mentioned it as well. So I do think that recommendation, it being high, whether you're going inside the city limits or outside the city limits, having a turnout time of 2 minutes and 18 seconds compared to what some of our neighboring jurisdictions have and what like standards are, that was just one of the ones that, and you called it out as well, that was surprising. So I think having that the recommendation to adopt the response time performance objectives, I think that'd be helpful just so that we have something to look at. And then I think, over time and measuring it and having the department work, internally to set goals that can be achieved. I think looking at the total response time going up by over a minute between 2021 and 2025, that was also surprising. So I think being able to measure it and setting goals is the only way you can really, hold yourselves accountable and figure out what's not working and what do we need to be doing differently. I think as we're doing station redesign and hopefully doing some major capital improvement in our aging station, that we're thinking about performance objectives too. And then I think in terms of admin and data tracking, I totally agree with my colleagues. I think having additional staff support to be able to do that and what that might look like going forward. I saw the recommendation about classification for Division Chief Fire Marshal and looking at potentially aligning the role. Can you talk a little bit more about that, Chief Boaz?
Sure. Well, historically, the position that Chief McDonald had as a division chief fire marshals, as overseeing the fire prevention division. Over the years, that role has morphed into more operations. He does a lot of operation stuff with me, responding to calls, covering his fire chief. So his scope of work is not just fire prevention anymore. It comes over into operations a lot more. And I feel like that's not captured in the job description or necessarily the rank. I think it's more of a deputy chief type rank of operations. But that's something that we can bring back to council after we do a little bit deeper dive into it. But the city is currently doing a class and comp study, and I know that they've spoken with myself, Chief McDonald, and other staff members, and that's something we're actively looking at. If there is a cost included in that, I think that would be an acceptable thing to use Measure H revenue for. So does that answer your question?
Yes, I did know if you meant if there was a cost associated with doing the class and comp study, but I do find it slightly ironic that this study is recommending another study, but that is apparently how it works. But I would like to say that if we do have an existing, framework that is seemingly, a leadership structure within the department that's needed and based on what the current practice is, I think making sure that that the title and the role is aligned makes a lot of sense, and for succession planning as well, which I think was called out in the report. So,
and just by way of context, also, when we were originally talking about how we were going to allocate Measure H revenue, each of the 3 agencies in the North County were talking about adding a battalion chief position so that we had 3 on-duty battalion chiefs. It's become clear that there's just not enough revenue to do that. So this is a way where we can capture some of that by reclassification and change in rank, but without hiring another top end, chief officer position for the department, if that makes sense. So.
Understood. Okay.
And just so I can clarify, so yeah, it is kind of ironic, right? A study asking for this single position, we do class and comp studies, but a single position is probably something that your in-house, the city's HR staff could do.
I just want to note and clarify, the city is right this moment doing a class and comp study that is not driven by this, but that is a global goal that we've been moving toward for a while. So that's happening.
Okay. And I don't yet have a position on the suggestion. I just wanted to get a little bit of clarity on what was being proposed in that. The recommendation about the reserve program, and I'm curious because I know we had a pretty robust reserve program in the past, and for a variety of reasons, including the demographics of our city, we, have seen that program struggle to maintain qualified reserves that are engaged. And so are there other cities that are in our area or, Bay Area that are running robust reserve programs? Or is this something that we've been kind of fighting to try to keep it alive, but it might not be something that's happening kind of going into the future?
I think there's a wide range, at least in my experience, all the way from, your program would be one of the ones that's kind of, you're asking a little bit more for your reserves in terms of responses and things like that. In the Alameda County Fire Department, we shifted our program years ago from being a kind of response-ready program to really being a recruitment tool for us. So folks had come into the reserve program, and it was much more about recruitment and giving them opportunities to train and become ready. I think when I left, we usually had about 50 people in the program. But it's a much different area. And we really focused on the relationship we had with the community colleges. And reserves would move through a process that way. In terms of being available to respond, I think that's where nationwide we're seeing a lot of folks drop off. And I think that's just, the reality of society and folks that they're looking for a second job, they're getting paid probably, right? I think that's the reality.
Yeah, and I think sorry, Chief, did you want to say something else?
Well, I was just going to say there are still a couple of agencies in Sonoma County that have a reserve program. I think Sonoma Valley being one of them, and Sonoma County Fire District. It is true that the days of us having 20 to 25 volunteers with pagers in the community that respond down to the station, it's just not sustainable anymore for a variety of reasons, some of which you've mentioned. So we have kind of formed a group in the fire department where we can look at that and try to recommend what we can do moving forward. And the way I see it kind of taking shape is having it shift more into kind of an apprentice or internship or whatever you want to call it, program where there's less people, but maybe assigned to shifts. And that's something we're kind of working through right now, because one thing is clear is the way we've done it for the last 30 years is no longer a sustainable model in the environment we are now, especially with Measure H, where all the people that want to get jobs professionally are getting hired. So it's gotten to the point where it's just not, we bring somebody on, we put them through 6 months of training and spend an enormous amount of money outfitting them, and then 3 months later they get hired somewhere else. So we're trying to figure out what model is going to work best for us moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, you just articulated completely the thought that I had of like the time and money and expense that we have that we're putting into training our reserves, and then basically, providing that training for our neighboring agencies or beyond to hire those folks, and great job opportunities that are out there, but also like, is that the best use of our limited time and resources to be training those folks without being able to retain them? And
right. And it's not just us. I think it's a problem all over Northern California. And I think, as Chief Rocha mentioned, partnering with the Public Safety Training Center and maybe capturing those recruits right out of the academy where they have their firefighter 1 EMT, we can, bring them on in some capacity as an apprentice, whatever you want to call it. And it would provide them some professional development and provide us some enhanced staffing temporarily. So how that looks, still coming into focus, but it's definitely something we're going to have to put some time and focus into, because there is a cost to it as well.
Great. I like the recommendation about the model of the squad, and having the daytime staffing support. I'm curious though, I saw with the map that you provided in the slides, looking at the response area and like looking at the north part of the city, because we're looking at and thinking about this kind of down the road at, development in other parts of the city potentially. How much of our call volume is coming in on like the north end of town? Obviously with the addition of Enzo Village and the North Village, I'm guessing there's more than there was when those buildings weren't built. And obviously the nature of who's living in a senior living community and that type of facility. But do we have the type of volume density in the north part of town that necessitates having it staffed at that station? Or have you also contemplated adding the staffing squad at at Station 1 potentially?
Oh, I think we'd needed at Station 2. One, the impact of the development on the north end with Montage, and especially Enzo, we're going there probably once a day. And it's a 6-7 minute run response time from the downtown station there, whereas up there it's just driving across the street. As far as the total number of calls on the north end, I could only guess without running some reports, but I'm going to guess in the neighborhood of 350 to 400 a year are in what we consider to be the north area, kind of Parkland Farms North.
And there were some heat maps that are in the report, and there was one that was it was pretty small, but it does give you, if you look at the ones that are in the report, a little bit of perspective on how much is going on there. And I'm not sure when Enzo opened, but if it was during the study period or prior to that.
During the study period?
Yeah, so it'll skew it, but I will tell you that, the experience the firefighters are having, or the fire department's having so far with that size of a senior community isn't surprising, that, in terms of call volume.
And we are a little bit ahead of the curve, and then we built a fire station there. So perfect.
Fair. And then just out of curiosity, what are like the determining factors? So you're looking at the type 1, but then either a type 3 or type 6 potentially. How do you decide between the 3 or the 6 and what the need is, and how will we make that decision?
That's a good question. We did just do a strategic planning session with the fire department, and one of the outcomes of that was to convene a group, kind of a working group with some of our apparatus committee and other members to kind of look into not only the cost, but the feasibility, the build times, and kind of make a recommendation on what would be the best piece of equipment for that station for now. And because it's right there kind of in the WUI and next to the Geyserville area and the hills, I would suspect that that's got to be some type of a four-wheel drive wildland engine. So it's just going to come down to cost and build time and also what we do with the reserve program and the staffing levels. But I don't see that being another Type 1. The Type 1 would be part of our normal vehicle replacement schedule. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, and then what is the difference between the functionality between the 3 and the 6? Sorry, total novice on the apparatus.
Yeah, well, it's a complicated question in the sense that it really comes down to what capabilities they have. A Type 3 would have a lot, more capabilities than a Type 6. Did you want to?
Yeah, no, the Type 1 is the large kind of engine that you see them on.
Yes.
The 3, the big difference between the 3 and the 6 is the number of compartments you really have available, I would say. I mean, the 6 is kind of a brush truck, but the 3 looks more like what you see CAL FIRE on more often. If you're going to be running medical calls and those sorts of things, probably the ability to have compartments to be able to have the equipment is more critical, because on a 6, you'd really be packing it with equipment, not only the wildland firefighting stuff, but then to try to get a full complement of EMS equipment on it.
Yeah, but and also pump capacity, amount of water on it, amount of hose on it, SCBA's, all those kind of things factor in.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
All right, Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll keep my remarks brief. First, I want to say, as far as reading the report, which was very thorough and great, is that we've got an A+ fire department. It seemed like a wonderful report card, and I'm really grateful and thankful for that. And it gives us an opportunity to really be thoughtful about how we're going to spend Measure H money, which I know it's a nice position to be in right at this point. But so having said that, yeah, I do support the response time objectives. I think that's really important, and as well as you do, it'll give us a way to really clearly measure how we're doing and make adjustments as needed. I also definitely support the investment in the wildfire prevention. I guess my only question on that would be, is 10% enough? We're looking at estimate, what, 160,000 a year?
I'm going to let Chief McDonald answer that.
Okay.
But I think the answer is it's going to depend.
Hi there. I mean, the short answer is no, there's so much money required, right? But what I would say is it's a really good launching pad to help us pursue additional grants, to get support to look for additional grants. We've been reliant on the Coastal Conservancy grant to get much of the work done. And then as that grant finished, we transitioned into working with our partners, CAL FIRE predominantly lately. And we're still going to leverage those relationships. But that 10% seems to be in great alignment with how the measure was put in place. They didn't have a percentage, but that was kind of like, we're going to do all of these things and this, and that seems to be an alignment for that. So I think it's a good launching point. I also agree that doing it as a percentage is a good way to measure it. I think it's a responsible approach as a start, to help us to look for other funds outside of Measure H.
I'd also just add, we're seeking feedback, and we appreciate the feedback. Generally, we don't budget based on these percentage markers, which is to say, next time you do the budget, I'm assuming there's rough support for this number. We're going to try to hit the number as we always do with our standards, and then we'll make a decision based on how many funds are available. There will be years when we have one-time costs that probably really stress that number, and it's hard to hit it. Right? We're talking about buying.
Yep.
I'm already afraid to find out what this new piece of apparatus will cost. And there will be years when we don't need to do that. And hopefully, to your point, Councilmember Mitchell, there'll be years where we do more. And it's going to flex a little bit. So it's not something, I guess my point is, it's not a number that we're locking in and holding ourselves to, but rather it'll be a standard that we can check against.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. And being right near a controlled burn area, I appreciate that a lot, I could say. And then regarding the Station 2 staffing, I certainly appreciate the analysis and understand why that's important. I guess my only concern is that we don't let the costs get out of line. I know there's potential changes in the pension costs and so on. And so with the staffing being the most expensive piece of any operation, it seems like I want to make sure that we keep that in our sights, I guess is what I'm saying. But otherwise, yes, I do support that as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I echo those concerns. I mean, I think the plan we're putting forward is fairly conservative, and I think it'll stay within Measure H, at least for the foreseeable future. It's a small but significant step, I think, for gaining a lot of value to the how we respond to our community for not as much cost. So, but I can appreciate that. The last thing we want to do is bring on personnel that then a couple of years down the road are exceeding our revenue to fund those positions. So we're very conscious of that, but thank you for the comments.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, and we are really lucky to have Measure H in many different ways, but certainly with the change in our community and with Enzo Village and all of the northern area, so it's going to give us that opportunity. So I think that's really important. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I think everybody on the north end is going to be ecstatic to see firefighters and fire engines there every day and responding out of there, because I do get a lot of questions from the public, like what's going on with Station 2? When are we going to staff it? So not only will it provide value, but I think it'll make the area a little more vibrant, have an active fire station there. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you.
Vice Mayor Edwards.
Yeah, thank you for reducing that 230 some pages down to an hour, which took me the whole weekend to go through. Had some detailed questions because I wanted to give you, that I did go through this and really dove into it. And you mentioned low income vulnerability of low income residents. What is that increased vulnerability with those lower income residents?
So I'm not the risk person from the report, so
Okay.
With the detailed part, but when you have lower income communities, there are other risks that come into it just because they don't have health care. So it increases the same sort of health care that others may have.
Okay.
So it increases the number of medical responses, number one. There are some risks that come up with other things they may be doing related to heating and cooling and those sorts of things that create fire risk and things like that.
So these are probably things we're going to need to looking with the reduction in healthcare going forward, really kind of be aware of this in the upcoming year of the burden that's going to, not the burden, but the increased load of response. Since people won't be able to go to the doctor, they'll wait till they're really sick and then put that burden on our fire department. So nice to be aware of that going forward. You talked about senior outreach. Are there things we could be doing? I know that we had 2 years ago, there were community meetings around for fire prevention. Are those something that we are doing or should be doing, like at our senior center, or since we're getting more senior housing coming in, are we meeting with those organizations and kind of giving them guidelines to help you rather than them just putting more responsibility on you?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yeah, we absolutely are doing that. We meet at the senior center at least annually for a kind of emergency all hands.
Right.
But over the past year, I think we've done upwards of 8 various community meetings, maybe 9 community meetings, Rivers Bend area, the Fitch Mountain Villa Commons area. A lot of those are in partnership with COPE. And so we do, preparedness for all emergencies. We meet with those. We participate in the community events down at the plaza to try to be as visible as possible. Bringing on the second inspector is also, as he gets up and running, that's also a huge opportunity because it's in the past traditionally just been me out doing most of the outreach. Now having 2 inspectors who are very qualified, very knowledgeable, are able to help support that. So yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great. And then kind of on a concerning point, we were talking about the reliability of Measure H. I know there's a lot of sales tax issues coming on. I don't know if residents are going to get fatigued because it's there until the voters don't want it. And how concerned are you that this might decrease? How do we protect ourselves when we are doing these expansions that we don't get caught up to where we get a level of service and then it kind of drops off the cliff?
Yeah, I'll answer a couple parts of that. to the first half of that question, it doesn't have a term. I think you're right. It's these famous words that we see in a lot of tax measures until repealed by the voters. I'll just say I've never, kiss of death probably. I've never seen that happen. So we'll see. We'll see. But I think in terms of is the measure going anywhere, I think that's a real low risk. And if something were to change, we'll pivot. I think it's on all of us to prove the value of that measure, and we intend to do so. I think the more challenging part of that question, it's a sales tax and it's volatile. We deal with this with our budgeting all the time. You know, cities, property tax, sales tax, and for us, hotel, TOT tax are kind of the three big legs of the stool. And two of those are volatile. They're cyclical. And you can see years when they will drop, right? Property tax almost never drops. Sales tax absolutely will. And I think it's incumbent on us to budget it with that in mind, that we give ourselves a little bit of cushion to have good years and bad years without having to adjust our staffing. I want nothing to do with having to flex staffing up and down. And that means we need to be really thoughtful and manage reserves, and be a little bit conservative and recognize there will be good years where there's more money than we thought, maybe by 10%. And that doesn't mean we need to spend it all in that day. And there will be years where we do a little worse, and we can do that. We do that all the time with a lot of our funds because we're a city that's dependent on volatile sources, but it's worth noting this is one. And we're going to have to be a little bit cautious in how we budget because there will be some bad years.
Yeah, it's sounding like we should, when we're doing our budget workshop, to have a Measure H component of that to see where we are checking in and going forward with that, since we're adding another volatile source of revenue.
Yeah, and we'll do that because it's already a distinct fund, right? We spent a little bit of time on this in our last budget, and it was kind of easy, right? Because we hadn't filled out all of the expenditure yet. So, as the chief mentioned, we're able to put a lot of one-time money in this last budget into getting ahead of some of those station enhancements. We're not going to be typically putting $800,000 into capital because we'll fill it up with more staffing. But yes, you'll see a fund, and we'll look at it independently. It's also just worth noting that while they'll probably move generally in unison, it's a countywide sales tax and we get a fixed percentage of that. So it's not directly a representation of how sales tax in Healdsburg is going, right? It's the county. And maybe that makes it a little bit smoother in that it's a big geography, but it's also just different. So you'll see our sales tax moving one way, and then you'll see Measure H moving a little bit differently.
Yeah, I was just concerned is a lot of cities are adding an additional sales tax, so I didn't know how that's going to affect the projections for this going forward, but it'll be nice to keep track of that. Another question was, you were talking about insurance costs, the ISO. Is that insurance burdened by residents, or is that insurance burden on the city?
ISO historically, it was something that would impact commercial insurance rates. Insurance companies over the last decade have kind of moved away from ISO. And I hope I kind of said that when I was presenting. They've moved to having their own unique ratings and things that they do more so than using ISO. But it is something that people look at in terms of a basic sort of planning.
The other thing I'll add is as insurance becomes more challenging for homeowners to get in the state of California, as Chief Rocha was mentioning, they look at all the factors. And so a higher ISO rating can sometimes impact whether a homeowner can obtain insurance or not. So that's where we used to say we could possibly give reduced rates and save you some money and that kind of a thing. But as the wildfires have become, obviously a greater issue, the ISO rating, an improved ISO could have the potential to help people obtain insurance. So it's one of many factors, I would say.
Okay, so it's something we're doing that we are aware that having a better ISO could possibly, but it's the only thing that the city really can do.
Yeah, correct. And I would just say it's a moving target with the California insurance, obviously. So this is just one of the many ways we think we can try to make it so homeowners can obtain insurance and keep it.
Okay.
And if I was going to just add, we are currently sitting at an ISO 2, which I think only in maybe 170 something cities in California have. So we're already sitting really well. And I think we're closer to a 1 than maybe we think we are not only because of water supply, but I think because of our dispatch center. And if we enhance staffing and training at Station 2, I think we may be able to get to a 1, which could potentially impact, especially commercial insurance rates. So I think it's a goal worth shooting for. I mean, we're supposed to be audited every, I think, 3 years, but I don't think it's happened in 5 or more. So.
Okay. And I do agree with the 3 areas you recommended. And the only part of this that kind of was the down part when I was reading this, and being on council, I know we've supported our police department, our fire department. But on page 206, the rating of city government, I'm just wondering, I know you didn't do, it was, how do you feel about if you supported? And
that was in the survey section.
And I know that it doesn't give specifics, but I really would like to know if we could do a better job and where we could, this is rating the fire department, but I thought that was a little ranking of government, and I'd like to be able to do a better job in supporting and let our firefighters know that they're well supported.
And that was out of the community survey. I think we got about 74, 75 responses to the community survey.
Yeah, city government, we rated between a 5 and a 9. I mean, I'd like to know that we could do a better job on that.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so I mean, that's just, I mean, that was a survey tool, and I think we could get, I mean, there is the raw data that's behind it or information that we certainly can provide to the fire chief.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know that so we could,
if there were any comments that went along with it, sometimes they rate it and there's no comment.
Yeah, something that we could, in other words, instead of everything you're doing, maybe there's something that we could do to support and do better job at that. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any last comments? I thank you all for some really great questions and input, and I just want to check with you to see if you feel like you've received the input that you need, and I too am in agreement with the suggestions that you put forward here, and that seems to be the consensus on the council.
Thank you. I'm very clear on that.
Basis here, but yeah, do you feel complete with the input you need from council?
I do feel complete, and I appreciate all of your time and your thoughtful questions, and you're reading a 240-something page report.
Yeah.
And
well,
I'll bring back to you some of the recommendations that are put forth in the plan. So
in closing, I just want to echo what Councilmember Hegley said. A big thank you to the voters who recognized the importance of Measure H. And, the world seems like it's burning all around us right now. So the importance of this is not lost. And it's rare opportunity that a city department has, an opportunity to make investments like, what we have in front of us in this plan. And so it's a very welcome one, especially in light of the importance of the work that you guys do. So I'm really grateful that we're at this position and that you have a lot of solid input and data in front of you now to make wise decisions. We trust you that you will use this plan and the funds that are available now to make us a safer community.
Thank you. And on behalf of everyone at the fire department, thank you all for your support over the years for our mission. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, we're going to move on now to the Sonoma County Library Commission appointment. Once again, my wife works for the library system, and in an abundance of caution, I will recuse myself and turn this over to Vice Mayor Edwards as you discuss the commission appointment.
All right, item 8C, Sonoma County Library Commission appointments. At the June 15th meeting, the council appointed Carolyn Gonzalez to the Library Commission, and since the appointment, Ms. Gonzalez is no longer available to serve on the commission. So I would like to turn it back over to the subcommittee to come up with another choice.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Mitchell and I did interview the candidates earlier this year. And while we are very disappointed that the candidate that we had hoped would be able to move forward in the process, she had a change in her employment, new job responsibilities at work that would take up too much of her time to be able to do the commission role as well. And so that is why she had to decline the role, but she was really sad to have to pass it up because she really was interested in it. But fortunately, we had a number of strong applicants, including the applicant Ann Condon, who we are recommending tonight. Ann has lived in Healdsburg, I think, for over 30 years. She has a master's degree in library sciences from Columbia University and a BA from Wellesley College. She is retired, so she has time on her hand to be able to do the work. And in addition to working for the State Compensation Insurance Fund, which is not, she's retired from now as a business systems analyst, she also was the librarian at Cloverdale High School for 10 years. So she has a master's in library science and has a lot of experience in working both with young people at Cloverdale High and a lot of longevity in our community. So we would like to ask that the council agree with our recommendation to appoint Ann Condon to serve as our representative to the Sonoma County Library Commission.
All right. Yeah, that's great that we have a community, that we have the depth to have such good qualified people who come forward and volunteer. So would you like to get a motion?
We need public comment.
Oh, public comment? Ready? All right, bringing it back to council, like a motion to.
I move that we appoint Ann Condon to be our Sonoma County Library Commissioner.
And I second that.
Okay, and if I can get a vote? Roll call vote?
Councilmember Higley,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yes.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Edwards.
Yes. All right, I'm going to turn it back over to Mayor Harrod.
Okay, thank you. Great. So I guess we're on to council reports. Am I not seeing in here? Anyway, yes, that's the next item. So who would like to go first on this?
I'll go. I didn't do a whole lot of stuff around town, had fun, did all of the 4th of July things. I had my annual staycation around the 4th of July, had relatives from out of town, and this is just, they love coming here because we are at Christmas and 4th of July, a Hallmark town. It is just hard not to feel the spirit, to feel the community here, that all the events we had around the 4th of July. And I was able to do the first annual cakewalk at the Holy Pavilion at the Farmers Market. That was good. Also did the NCPA reception, which is always nice to see that they love Healdsburg and get the good support. Dave is doing a great job for us on that. There. I was also at the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, and as you know, I've been the liaison since I've been on council. And this last meeting had the largest turnout. I mean, it wasn't a lot, but 15 people showed up to talk about the Bistro program. It was really compelling program. I'm going to be going with them down to Roner Park to check out some alternatives of a council on aging, things that we could possibly reduce the cost. And they've got a whole subcommittee that'll be working on that cost of the Bistro program, because it is the amount of support that came out with that, the letters we've got urging us to continue that program. Also, there was an update on When the Time Comes, and that will be presented at our next council meeting. And that program is just going gangbusters. It shows that there was definitely a need for that program, and well-attended, well-supported program. So that was my reason.
Okay, Councilman Mitchell?
Yeah, I'll be short. NCPA dinner was fun with the was it the legislative aides, I guess, to the NCPA people. Also, I went to the solar array tour with them, which was always fun. That's an amazing place. Getting a little bit stinky more than it used to, but it's pretty impressive. 4th of July, we get to be the judges of the kids parade, which was fun. Went to the Love of the Land dinner at Sarah Lee, thank you. Beautiful place. And then this isn't council stuff, but I went to Bocce on their first night of a reopening on Thursday last week. So it was packed with
Nice.
with people from Healdsburg.
Looks like a great gathering online. I
Yeah,
thought. Yeah, that's
it
good.
was really, really nice. So
Cool.
that's it.
For a month off, I was pretty busy. I think we all were. Since last council meeting, I attended the APPA National Conference. in Boston, where I was able to meet with Lassen Municipal Utility District General Manager Nick Dominguez. They are looking to join NCPA as a member, so we're kind of starting that process. Lassen Municipal Utility District. And then there was obviously multiple discussion panels and everything else that goes on at a conference like that. 4th of July fireworks. I loved hearing all the oohs and ahs, followed by the cheering and applause. So to our community services team and all our city crew that made that happen. I watched it from the community church over there by the high school, and just like what an evening. It was incredible. Attended the chamber mixer at Harmon Guest House before going to Love of the Land same day, and met with Linus Lancaster regarding the Arts and Culture Commission goals, and kind of went through some of the concerns that he had. Met on the 21st was the NCPA legislative staff tour, and I had the opportunity to join on some of the tours here in Healdsburg. I didn't do the floating solar, but I did do Enzo Village, Appalachian, and then the new apartments with the staffers. And also had the chance to introduce Neil Millar from Cal ISO, who kind of gave a little kind of talk before a panel at the Harmon Guest House. Then I went to the commission meeting in NCPA commission meeting in Murphy's, where on Wednesday evening they have their annual barbecue, and we were able to network and get to know the board of the Calaveras County Water District as we go into licensing renewal with FERC and negotiations on a new power purchase agreement. We also had a commission meeting on Thursday where I was appointed by the commission to serve as vice chair of NCPA. Not yet, like a couple months. Then on the 28th, met with Vanessa Miranda Stewart regarding the Multicultural Center. I had a really good conversation with her. And then on July 31st, I was there along with the mayor to watch our Healdsburg Prune Packers win their 6th in a row. It's pretty fun. And later that evening, we said goodbye to the Prune Packer that it's a kid from Michigan that we hosted this summer for 2 months. Really great kid. One of the last things he said before he left to go back to Kentucky and then go to school up in Michigan was, "I'm going to miss your weather." And then finally, to Andres sitting in the back, I do support the water liaison. I'd be open to having a short discussion at a future council meeting, and like whether it makes sense or not. Nothing too beefy, but
I would support that as well. So
okay.
yeah,
Good.
You kind of asked for a vote there, so you have it. So I don't think we need to do anything further. If you can just bring this back to us, to talk about the liaison.
We will agendize that at a near term, probably the next meeting, given the timing.
And I'll remind you that Andres gave some materials to Raina for us to review on that topic.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. Thanks for sticking it out for the whole meeting. Great to have you here. Okay.
So that was it.
Yeah. Thank you.
You've been busy. I attended the Coastal Commission meeting down in Ventura as our North Central Coast representative. Our next meeting is next week in Santa Cruz County in Scotts Valley, so I'll be down there next week. There's a couple upcoming events. Every 4 years, we've turned into a cycle. The Sonoma County Transportation Authority and Climate Authority, SCTCA, evaluates the projects that each city and the county submits, ranks them, and proposes them for certain sources of funding. So our cycle where the council worked to propose our top 5 projects, Larry packaged them and wrote very lengthy descriptions in engineer speak with his amazing team. They have been scored. They've been before the subcommittees, and then on Monday, the board of directors of the SCTCA will be evaluating the proposed funding. So at this juncture, I am sad to say that we did not get a huge recommended amount, but we did get some recommended amount. It hasn't been approved yet tentatively for the Dry Creek Interchange project. So that will continue to live, but it is not going to be fully funded in our lifetime. No, in the next 4 years. So we're working on that. But there are some other funding recommendations that I'm excited for us to be able to share back, but successfully being able to bring a lot of funds back to the community for those projects that we supported. There is an upcoming meeting in Geyserville on August 10th next week. So as you all know, SMART is evaluating a proposed Geyserville station for the train. It's under evaluation near Highway 128 and Remmel Road. And they're having this community meeting on August 10th at 5:30 p.m. at the Geyserville Oriental Community Hall on Highway 128. For anybody in the community who's interested in learning more about what a Geyserville station would mean and just getting community input on that. And then there's also an event happening with Zero Waste Sonoma. So the next Sonoma County Repair Fair is taking place in Healdsburg on September 19th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And so people can bring their broken household items and learn how to repair them with the help of skilled volunteers. People can go to the Zero Waste Sonoma website and actually register an item for repair at any of the future dates. And then people who have skills in repairing things can also sign up to volunteer. So that's through Zero Waste Sonoma. I think that's my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I kind of put it out there that I was open for meetings during our recess, and I had a lot of meetings with a lot of people, but some of the highlights were meeting with Senator Padilla's field representative was Lee Fink with the city manager. I met with Pat and Fred from the Northern Sonoma County Fire District who are here tonight earlier and had a conversation with them. And I know they're talking to a lot of people about some of the topics you heard tonight. And so that was welcome and informative. I had a great meeting with a neighborhood group who live near the train tracks at the very north end of town on that Chiquita neighborhood there. And they wanted to meet with myself and Eddie from SMART about SMART coming right into their backyards, basically. And it was a great meeting, and I really appreciate this group of people for doing that. And just it was interesting to meet these folks, and it was a really great conversation. And it was fantastic to have Eddie there. He brought some other people with him as well. So that happened. The chamber mixer was great. It was great to see that that organization is on fresh feet and moving forward, and had a lot of encouraging conversations while I was there. Early in the recess, I went to the Association of Bay Area Governments yearly meeting in San Francisco, took SMART, took the ferry, and they elected Councilmember Susan Adams from Myrna Park as the head of the board there, which was fun to support her. And there was a conversation about how the RENA numbers are established, and that was fairly interesting. There's some other presentations, so I won't go too deeply into that, but that was that event. 4th of July, super fun to judge the parade with Chief Jenkins and Councilmember Mitchell, and we had a great time, and it was super cute. And I was all ready to go into the dunk tank. I swear I was wearing a swimsuit, right? And there was no dunk tank, so I got off the hook. But I told them I'd do it next time if they want me. But it was a great 4th of July. I had a great time. I went to the YWCA preschool graduation, which was the cutest thing ever. Ray was there with me, and really lovely to see those kids and their families celebrate that first ever accomplishment. So if you get a chance to go to that, you won't regret it. Went to the NCPA dinner, went to one of the Vamos El Tiangue events recently at the Foley Center. I went to one of the final meetings of the group that was evaluating and developing the murals for the forthcoming Multicultural Center project. So it was really great to see them in action and how they were working together. I went to the World Cup screening,
and the Gala Getza happening simultaneously. So it was super cool that both of those things were happening at the same time in downtown Healdsburg, both really well attended. The World Cup screening came, you know, kind of last minute, like a week or so before that. It came up through community services. They got funding, they got donations. I wish I could thank all the donors right now. I can't remember who it was, but a lot of people went to that. It was a great game. It was super fun. I can't wait to do it again. And so that was super cool. I also went to Rudy Compass's car show. It was a hot day, but he had all these local bands, some very young bands playing. It was like a big block party. It was super fun, and food and killer cars. And it was the first time. So it was really like establishing what could easily become a yearly tradition. And so I hope it does, because they've had a lot of success in other communities with this car show. And so it was really great to see that start off. I'm almost done. I went to Tom Peterson's flag lowering ceremony the other day. If you may recall, he just passed away, and I hope I have the numbers right. 25,000 hours, volunteer hours in this community was estimated. This fellow did, and he was on our Parks Commission for, I think, 16 years, they said. Is that right? Thanks, Ray. He's validating the numbers for me. So it was well-deserved flag lowering for just an epic volunteer with a lot of love in the community for this person. And so I was happy to attend to that. This morning, I went to an event at the Alliance Medical Center and Councilmember Hegley was there to celebrate 55 years. And it was sort of just a thank you for their community partners. And I will end with the Packers championship game. Super fun. I was able to go to 4 games this year, and that was just a blast. So grateful to have them in our town. And with that, at 10:22,